Are we out here? Maybe? Oh my god, wait. Oh boy. We good? Audio fine? We good? Oh yeah, we are. Alright. Cool. YouTube Studio's being weird now. What do you mean? Oh my god. Up. Okay. Okay. We're good. I think. Let me turn my mic down just one click, I think. There we go. Much better. Alright. I'm a little early, I know, but I figured I should go live a little early, that way people have time to get in here. I got myself a nice bacon and coffee this morning. 10 a.m. on a Sunday. Had this stream. I've been looking forward to this stream all week because I know I get to have some crazy hot spicy takes, which is like the best part about this whole thing. I got a whole notes thing too, dude. Oh my god. So we'll give it a moment for people to get in here. No data. What you mean no data? Oh my god, bro! I swear, YouTube Studio's like stream thing is not good. It is so strange. It tells me so much stuff that like I don't understand. Cute on that, I guess. I should actually have. So every other stream I've done, I've had low latency. On this one, I have ultra low latency because I actually want to do polls for chat to like vote on for like their opinions. If I can even figure out how to do that, I can do that, right? Start a poll. There we go. Yeah. Awesome. I can do that. Lovely. I'm ready, bro. I'm ready for people to get mad at me. I'm ready for people to get mad at me for my takes about certain worlds. Actually, I don't know. I'm not sure how hot my takes are really, because I feel like it's people's opinions are always. I don't know. Give it a bit more time here. It is 10 now. I'll give it like 5 more minutes before we jump into this. Happy holidays, y'all. I know it is Christmas very soon. It's like 3 days, right? Yeah, 3 days. 3 days for Christmas. Hope y'all get some good gifts. Hope y'all got family to spend Christmas with. Or celebrate, you know, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, any of those other holidays. Hope we got family to be around when the time comes. I even got the Christmas mug. I have the Christmas mug all the time, to be honest, but it's actually relevant this time because it's Christmas. Dude, I have like a whole notes thing here, dude. Y'all can't see it, but I have like a Google Doc with like pages of notes for this, cause you know I'm trying to give y'all the real legit like facts, right? Yeah, I'm trying to make sure y'all get the truth about like, you know, these planes past and whatnot. We'll give it a little more time here for people to hop in. I know it's a little early. I might move the stream. I figured 10 a.m. was a good time because I always up on my shorts at like 6 a.m. So I figured 10 a.m. might be a good time, but I don't know. Maybe I should have done like 12 or something like that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I figured it would be. But I don't know. Maybe I should have done like 12 or something like that. No, audio's fine. Give it just a couple more minutes here. Anything important on my phone that I gotta know about? I doubt it. I doubt it. Alrighty. How we doing, y'all? Are we doing good today on this fine Sunday morning? I hope so. You're tuned into a Bounce Man stream, so obviously you want it to be worse than it already is. If Ixalan isn't #1, we riot? Alright. You know what? We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Is chat too small? Well, actually, I can probably change it to the actual thing first. It was, yeah. All right. Enough time's gone by now. We're live for like, what is this? Is that 7 minutes now? We can get started. We can get started. We can get started. All right, boys and girls and non-binaries. Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Because today, we're gonna rank them. We're gonna rank them, boys. We're gonna rank them. Every single one we've been to. And also some we haven't been to, but we've had depictions of in cards, like in March of the Machine. But as you can see, there's quite a few here. Also, as I'm sure you can see, the logos got super scuffed because Tearmaker cut off the sides of them. So, we don't have Amonkhet, we have Unk, as I'm sure you can see. Which is very unfortunate, but I did what I can, alright? I did what I can. So, for this tier list, we are ranking these planes off a few things. First of all, of course, we gotta rank each plane based off of the world itself. You know, what's cool about it? What's actually interesting about the plane? You know, like, why would I want to go here? Right? Like all the funny, haha, iconic places of interest. Oh, wow! Amonkhet has deserts! Oh my goodness! Tarkir has dragons. Oh my god, dragons, wow! Ixalan has dinosaurs. Oh my god, dinosaurs, wow! All that stuff, right? Second of all, I want to rank each plane based on how much left the plane has to actually work with, right? Like, Innistrad. We've been to Innistrad quite a few times, for example, right? And as far as we know, there's not really much left the plane has to offer besides, like, Emrakul being stuck in the moon. But, of course, Wizards can also totally just pull random things out of nowhere. Like for example, everyone probably would have said Innistrad hasn't left beforehand, but then they brought up the whole, like, Dusk Dawn ritual thing as well. So, just because a plane looks like there's not much left to do, doesn't really... I don't think it holds too much weight in my rankings, because Wizards can always just introduce new things to the world that we weren't shown before. They can totally do that. Third of all, boys, let's be real, alright? The sets themselves totally have an impact on how people feel about a plane. Original Kamigawa. Oh my god, Kamigawa, cringe! We had this OP artifacts that were mirrored in, and now we go to Japan and all these cards are powered down. Cringe! The world itself was cool, but everyone hated Kamigawa because the cards like weren't as powerful as the stuff in Mirrodin. So we are actually going to do brief like block reviews of the planes we discussed, just so that we get a good feel for how people likely felt about these sets. Because let's be real, the sets totally matter in how people judge planes. They do. I'd be lying if I said they didn't. So. And finally, we have the Rabaya scale. Now I might be asking, Bounce Man, what the hell is a Rabaya scale? I'll tell you. I'll quote the wiki, just so I give you the premium, the premium definitive facts on what the Rabaya scale is. The Rabaya scale is a ranking of the likelihood that a given plane will be revisited as the setting of a future standard legal set. Planes are ranked from 1, very likely, to 10, very unlikely. Rabaya scale was created by Mark Rosewater, as he is the one that I don't know if it's only Mark Rosewater that determines it, but I think he definitely has a pretty significant role in determining what planes we do and do not go back to. Similar to Eldraine, really cool idea, but power level made a bitter taste in our mouths. Yep. Like, power level and the quality of the cards themselves that each plane gets absolutely does determine how people feel about it. Alright. So now that the criteria is out of the way, we have... Well, actually, I should say Rabaya scale isn't actually... Rabaya scale is, I don't really think holds much weight for me personally, because I mean this is ranking plans how I think how the people want, how much the people want to see him again, right? It's not just what Mario thinks. Democracy at its finest. All right. So I'd say, so in terms of like what matters the most ranking wise, I would say it goes the world itself. What else the world has to offer, the sets, and then the Rabaya scale. Because frankly, if your setting sucks, your setting sucks. You can't change, you can't fix that with just power creep cards. You can't fix that. It's not gonna happen. Alright. So. Ready, boys? You ready, boys? You ready, boys? I know I am. First up, we have... Where is it? Alara. Alright? It's not mid. Don't worry. Okay? I'm gonna move as we go. Alright? Now, I can confidently say, without bias at all, that Alara is a pretty cool plane. Alright, look. I'm gonna be real here, bro. I'm gonna be real. I could sit here and gush about Alara for hours. Dude, I could sit here and gush about Alara for hours. All right, it is by far my favorite plane of the whole game, and I say that as someone who unfortunately never even got to experience the block. When did Alara release? I don't even know. Alara released in 2008. I was 5. I was 5 when Alara released. Like, God, dude, everything about this set is just peak, dude. From the art direction to like the vibes. It's just like the vibes of the set itself were just immaculate, dude. Look at this: Dragon Broodmother, Godsire, Hellkite Overlord, Lord of Extinction, Maelstrom Archangel, Maelstrom Nexus, dude. Like, I can confidently say that if you have a friend who has like a favorite pet card that they know is bad, there's a really good chance it's from Alara. So, for those of you who don't know, Alara is a plane that is separated into 5 shards. There is Esper, which is white-blue, and each shard is determined by 3 colors of mana. So we have Esper, which is white-blue-black. We have Grixis, which is blue-black-red. We have Jund, which is black-red-green. We have Naya, which is white-red-green. And finally, we have Bant, which is blue-white-green. So it's the same color factions as the crime families on New Capenna. You know, that set everyone loved. Dude, honestly, first of all, I actually think for the time, Alara was just like a really crazy set. Like we got ultimatums, dude. Like this is the set that gave us ultimatums. Can I find them? Yeah, look at this. Look at this. 2 white, 3 blue, 2 black for a spell. It's insane, dude. All mams are nuts. Like this. I firmly believe this was a set that made people love multicolor as like an idea so much. Because for so long, people were playing all these monocolor cards, but then Alara comes along and gives us all these like nuts multicolor cards, dude. Like Broodmate Dragon, 6 mana for 2/4/4 flyers. Now, if you're a Gen Z Magic player who just got into the game through Universe Beyond, you might read that and be like, Bounce Man, what the hell? That's mid. Yeah, and you're right. You're right. It actually is mid nowadays. But for the time, dude, the set was so cool. Like, I think Alara as a plane is firmly upheld by vibes. Because the art direction of this set was just immaculate, dude. Like, Alara, to this day, I still believe has the prettiest art of any Magic set. I mean, look at this, dude. This is just a demon. Prince of Thralls. What's happening here? There's lightning storms in the background. It's got, like, gore-covered horns. The skin texture is crazy. I think Imperial Archangel is still probably, like, the prettiest, like, at least top 10 prettiest pieces of Magic art of all time, dude. Can I find her? Where is she? I know she's here. She's a mythic, right? Where is she? Here she is. Look at that, dude. Look at that. Ignore the graininess. I can't fix that. God, dude. Imperial Archangel. Still, like, top 10 pieces of art of all time, in my opinion. Greg Staples. The man of myth and legend. So, for a long time, I've actually been very afraid that if we ever do go back to Alara, they will not be able to capture the artistic vibes that the set had originally. Because it's been so long since we've been. Like, changes have happened within, like, management. Like, the way they hire artists, I'm sure, has changed. The way they design sets aesthetically, I believe, has changed as well. Just so much stuff has changed in the background, I'm sure, that we don't see. And also, I think it's not unfair to say that Magic art in general, I think, has had a tonal shift. Like, Alara, to me, has always kind of given off this, like, almost, like, brutal fantasy vibe. Like, almost like Warhammer, if that makes sense. Like, a slightly lighter tone Warhammer. So, for a long time, I was very afraid that, like, the Magic art of the set, if we ever go back, won't be able to match the vibes that original Alara had. But we actually did get a few Alara callbacks in the Modern Horizons 3 Goyf Precon, the Jund one. And I actually think that they did a actually pretty decent job, like, capturing the vibes. Like, Gluttonous Hellkite. This is a Jund card. This is totally a Jund card. That's a Cathari. Cathari, as far as you know, only exists on Jund. This is literally depicting Alara right here. And the vibe there stays pretty good. I think there's, like, Infested Thrinax as well. Yeah, this. Again, the vibes there are captured. I'm happy with how this looks. So, for a long time, I was actually very afraid that if we do go back... Oh, I should cover the tiers too. I'm so sorry. For a long time, I was really afraid that if we go back, they won't be able to capture the vibes original Alara had. But after seeing those Alara callbacks, I'm actually... My confidence has been a little restored. So, I'm so sorry. I should have done this first. Let me actually go over the tiers here. So first of all, give me a block. If we spent multiple sets on this plane, I would not be against it. I'd be fine. I wouldn't mind. Matter of fact, I'd encourage it. Like, I don't think people really wanted multiple sets on the Return to Innistrad, but we did. I'm not actually sure how much people liked that, if I'm being honest. So, you gotta be a really good plane to be at Give Me a Block tier, in my opinion. Like, there's gotta be a lot to work with, and it's gotta be a really beloved plane, in my opinion. Next up, we have Good Plane. I want to go back here. Take me back. I want to go here. I want to see the characters. I want to see the world. I want to go back. Or I guess go for the first time if it's one of the newer planes. And we have Mid. It's alright. It's okay. Like I wouldn't be against going back, but I mean, if I could pick something else, I probably would. Fourth, we have I'd Rather Not. I think at this point, I'm like actively upset to see his plane come back, right? Like, I don't want to go here. I don't want to be here. Get me out. Get me out of here. Get me out of here right now. And finally, we have Get Out tier. If I see this plane ever show up again, I'm anger. I'm anger. I'm so upset. If a plane in Get Out tier ever shows up, I'm so upset, bro. So chat, what do y'all think? This is actually gonna, oh god, I gotta figure out how to do this. Oh, this is actually not easy at all. Oh no, wait. I gotta do this the whole time? That didn't even work? Okay, it did. Alright, cool. I'll do the 3 options, so I get a general vibe of what chat wants. Like I said, Alara is my favorite plane of all time. Like, I think we should go back. I wouldn't be against the block simply due to my bias, but I also know if we do go back to Alara, there's a good chance we get 5 commander precons. And I think if it did a block, we'd get, like, multiple precons of the shards, which I'm not really sure is actually, like, a good thing. I feel like most people would say, like, no, bad. So I'm gonna say Alara is a good plane. It's a good plane. Got the vibes. The sets were cool, I believe. What was it? It was... Each shard had a mechanic. What was it? I know Bant had Exalted. Jund had Devour. Did people like Devour? I feel like they didn't. Did they? I actually don't remember. Naya had this weird, like, power 5 or greater thing going on, where it was like, you get benefits having big creatures. Bant had Exalted. Esper, I guess, just had artifacts. And Grixis had Unearth. That's what it was. Grixis had Unearth. That was the thing. I'm gonna say good plane, chat. I'm gonna say good plane. Oh, shit. Wait. Oh, fuck. Hang on, chat. No. Oh, my God. Oh. My God. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. What? OBS, what are you doing? Okay, well that's just useless. Awesome. Okay. 100% good plane? I agree. Alright, next up. You all actually can't see it, but I actually have, like, an entire thing here of notes for this tier list. So we got a lot to get through. I didn't even, like, read off my notes here. I was stupid. It's fine. The first one's always gonna be scuffed. All right, next up. I should also say the bioscale rating of Alara is 5, so it's like medium. We could go back, may not. It's been up in arms for the past 15 years. Morrow, please, I beg of thee. All right, next up, we have Amonkhet. So, Amonkhet was a plane that basically was just fucked from the get-go, if I'm being real. Nicol Bolas just came here and said, I'm gonna turn this plane into a horrible, like, death factory in order to make myself some crazy, like, zombie super soldiers. So, originally, Amonkhet was actually, like this pretty prosperous plane. There was 8 gods, and they all cared for the civilians, but then Bolas came and just ruined everything. He kidnapped and transformed 3 of the gods and made them into like monsters to fight for him, and the other 5 just got turned into like they got mind rotted. They got brain rotted. They got brain rotted, and just turned into Bolas's like slaves, carrying out his plan of like infinite death factories to weed out only the strongest of Amonkhet for his 5 trials. When he came there, he actually killed every person there that wasn't a baby. So no adults could say, no, this is not true. This is not how it's supposed to be. The plane consisted of a single city called Noctamon. And then outside of that, there was a bunch of horrible, like, zombie and worm-filled deserts. So you couldn't really escape the whole infinite death factory thing, because if you did, you would just die in the wilds. So, you know. Eventually, Nicol Bolas returns to reap what he sowed. To get all his zombie super soldiers. He eventually returns, and he just destroys the whole city. Noctamon is blown to bits. It is inhospitable now. And the remaining people of the plane actually set out on a nomadic journey in an attempt to find a new place to live. Every god there except for Hazoret, which was the red god, died. And Hazoret led the remaining people of Amonkhet into the desert in hopes of finding a new place of settling down. Now, I would say that there's nowhere, they're still wandering. But, Samut's card, yeah, Samut's card totally depicts, like, temples in the background. And this is Samut's, like, desparked card, so I think this implies that they've actually found a new place to settle down and live? I, like, don't know. So, there's that whole thing. That was pretty cool, I guess. And that was it. That was the whole story of Amonkhet. How's that set looking, though? How's that set looking? How's that block looking, rather? Am I stupid? Yeah, I am. So, Amonkhet. You know Amonkhet, right? We had Embalm. Creatures just get to come back. Can't watch or hear his work. Oh my god. Bro, I saw can't hear, and I thought, oh my god, was my audio busted the whole time? I'd be so upset. But thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. So we had Embalm, which was basically just flashback for creatures. Basically, you would pay a creature's Embalm cost from your graveyard, and you would create a token copy of it, except it's a white zombie. Embalm felt like a very powerful mechanic. It was very, like, strong, in my opinion. It did not make any waves in competitive, like, formats, like Modern or anything, but was still a very, like, it felt like a very powerful mechanic. The gods were all indestructible, but they couldn't actually do anything unless you've met, like, a certain requirement. Like, Bantu here has to have something die on your turn to be able to attack. There was other stuff, right? There was the devastation gods that like came back when they died forever. So yeah, you had to exile them. Oh, and also, Amonkhet gave us the invocations. These really fancy looking like ancient Egypt like hieroglyph cards that I actually really like. I know a lot of people don't. Hot take, I actually think the hieroglyph words were fine. I was never against them. I know people said, oh, I can't read them. Skill issue. Sounds like a skill issue to me. Just squint your eyes, bro. What's the problem? Yeah, I actually really liked all these things a lot. I liked all these cards. Like, the art was sick. I wasn't against the whole ancient Egypt, like, hieroglyph words at all. I know they actually did go back and fix it. Let me actually open Scryfall over here real quick. In a new tab. So I have 2 pages to work with here. I know in March of the Machine, they actually kind of, like, reworked it. Yeah, so now it's this. They just got rid of the hieroglyph words entirely. I don't like that. Again, I know it's probably a hot take because I know everyone was saying like, "Oh my god, I can't read these cards." I know. Me personally, I liked them, and I think taking away the hieroglyphs kind of ruins the point of the card. But that's just me. That's just me. Like I don't like this. I don't like this. Could they at least have made it look like the words were like ingrained into the stone and not just like the generic like magic font? I don't know. Maybe. In Hour of Devastation, we got Afflict and Eternalize. Eternalize was basically like an evil version of Embalm, because instead of a token being just a straight white zombie copy, instead it became a black zombie copy, and its stats were set to 4/4 no matter what. So Adorned Pouncer, this 1/1 double striker, just turned into a 4/4 double striker from the graveyard. So Embalm, Eternalize was basically like a more late game oriented version of Embalm, where the creature's stats improving usually had some sort of like significant benefit for raising. Like there was Champion of Wits, where it was like you draw a card equal its power, so you would draw more cards on the Eternalize. Very strange, I know. I gotta do a. How do I? Hang on. I'm so sorry, chat. I haven't had to make polls before. I suck. I know. Why is chat voting mid for Alara? You all are wrong. That's not correct. There. All right. I got to remember to make the poll every time when we first start talking about planes. I got to remember to do that. I think that was it. Oh, we also had these like the Aftermath cards, not to be confused with March of the Machine Aftermath. So we got these odd split cards that have a spell you can only cast from your hand, and you can only cast from the graveyard. I think people like these. I don't remember anyone saying that these were bad. They were all kind of overcosted, but what they were cool. Amonkhet also had a big focus on cycling. So you know all those Gavi Nest Warden players, you get your tech from that plane, I guess. Gavi didn't exist back then, so it was just like cycling because they could. I don't know, chat. What do we think? Amonkhet mid? So, like, I guess my question here is, what can you do with the plane now, right? Because the plane's whole thing was being this, like, basically, like, enemy production zone for Bolus. The Eternals are all just gone now, I think. Like, they can't exist now because the things that were making them are all dead. So how would they exist? How would you bring it back? Outside of, like, something else products? The whole Bolus team is gone, too. And right now, Hazoret and friends are just kind of being on a nomadic journey, except not really, I guess, because maybe Samut's card implies that they've actually found somewhere to live. No, not that one. This one. Because there's totally, like, buildings here. And this is after they've left the city of Noctimon. So, I don't know. Have they found somewhere new to live? I don't think so. I don't know. Like I like the ancient Egypt vibe, but I mean, it seems that they're doing everything they can to, like, just undo it because of this. Like, this is weird. I don't like this. I don't like this. Chat is 100% on mid right now for the Amonkhet poll. I'm kind of inclined to agree, honestly. Like, I think Amonkhet with the Bolus theme was cool, but now with the Eternals and the, like, everything that, like, you, lore-wise, you literally can't bring back any of the themes from original Amonkhet and Hour Devastation because all the stuff in lore that made those are gone. Like, you can bring back cycling, I guess, but anyone care? I don't care. I'm gonna say mid. I wouldn't be against going back because I think it would be cool to see how the people have kind of, like, adapted to their situation. But beyond that, I think it's mid. I think it's mid. All right, next up, we have. Wait a minute. Next up, we have Arcavios, also known as Strixhaven. So, Strixhaven, you know what this is, right? Everyone knows what this is. It's the Harry Potter set. So Strixhaven is basically Magic's own version of Harry Potter. The school was founded by 5 elder dragons, all of which actually apparently take little to no active role in faculty. Like, they just founded the school and then just left to go do whatever it is elder dragons do that aren't evil. Okay. So apparently the deans, which are like the, I guess, the highest ranking teachers in the school, actually speak for them instead. By the way, almost all of them died during the Phyrexian invasion. So I assume the dragons probably had to appoint new ones. Who knows? I mean, all we've seen, we've seen, I think it was Kian in the Duskmourn precon. Yeah, Kian. So Kian's dead. As well as, like, 10 others. But of course you wouldn't know that because they haven't shown us. So, yeah. Across the plane, there are several mysterious floating rock sculptures. Let me actually pull up the set here because there's art depicting these. I just gotta pull it up real quick. Oh, it's not a block, right? Of course, Strixhaven's a single set, obviously. Let's see if I can find these. Does that count as one? This counts as one, right? Yeah, it does, surely. So across the plane, there's all of these, like, mysterious rock formations, which gives this sense of, like, I guess, like, forgotten lore, because in lore, no one actually knows what these things do. They don't know why they're here. They just kind of exist across the plane. And people just, like, take it like, oh, yeah, that exists. So wizards could totally do something with these structures and have it be of like some sort of like gotcha of like significance in terms of world building. I don't know. Maybe. Something like that. Chat is saying Strixhaven mid as well. Are you on God? We think Strixhaven mid? Also across the plane are the Archaics, which is the closest thing to a colorless creature that's not an artifact, that's not an Eldrazi that we'll ever get. Wait, I should probably sort of rarity, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should actually. That would help. Where is it? I gotta find him. Elder Dragon, there you go. I know he's here. I know he's here, chat. There we go. Archaic, right there. That's an Archaic. Weird, like half humanoid sculpture thing. So these things are apparently, according to my research, they are ancient, like stoic giants with a supreme talent for magic, and nobody on the plane knows what they are. So there's actually this really big sense of mystery. Like nobody knows what these things are, and us as players also have no idea what the deal with these things are. So Wizards could totally like expand upon them at some point and actually do a really good job, like do a really cool gotcha and do this like rug pull and have these things be some sort of like maybe these things are the Fomori and we just don't know, right? Except not really, because they already told us what these things are. It's just that the students don't know what they are. So what they actually are is they are reincarnated oracles. Oracles apparently are like a supreme role bestowed upon a very select few by the Elder Dragons of the plane. And when they die, they apparently get sent back through time to the very moment the plane was born. And according to the wiki, they get caught in the tide and clad in the very substance of the world. And that is according to the Strixhaven D&D book. Great. So there's actually no mystery now, and now these things are just like reincarnated dead wizards. Okay. I mean, it's cool, but I mean, the mystery was what made them interesting. That's great. Awesome. So, regardless, the plane of Arcavios is actually like pretty massive. I know there's always been a very heavy, like, emphasis on the actual college, but there actually is quite a few regions beyond just college itself. You see mostly in a lot of Lorehold cards that there's actually a lot of stuff to do outside of the college. Like, for example, this card here. This depicts a Lorehold student, like, exploring ruins and, like, trying to unearth them, figure out what's going on, that sort of thing. So there actually is a lot of, like, I guess, wilds of Arcavios to explore. So there's actually a lot of stuff Wizards can do with the plane. The plane is not by any means, like, out of material to work with at all. Chat said mid. Chat said Strixhaven mid? I don't know about that. Surely not. Surely not. Stream health? Are we good? Stream is healthy. Thank you, YouTube Studio. How's audio, chat? Is audio good? I hope so. Should I turn up the background music a tad? There's just one click, maybe. Hang on. There we go. Alright. Chat thinks Strixhaven mid. I will say, I would much rather go back to Strixhaven than take another freaking block back to Ravnica. Like, at this point, I will do anything to get 2-color factions that are not the Ravnica guilds, because let's be honest here, we are so done with them. I'm gonna put Strixhaven in good plane. I think I would much rather go back to Strixhaven for a 2-color faction set than go back to Ravnica. I'm gonna say good plane. Chat's wrong. Chat is wrong. I don't care. Alright. Also, the Rabia scale rating of Arcavios is 3. I should actually probably say the Rabia scale rating first, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should actually. My bad. Alright. Next up, we have... where is it? Am I crazy? Where is it? Is it this? It's this. Next up, we have Asgol. So, you all can't see it, but I actually have like a Google Doc open with a bunch of notes for the sake of this stream. And all I wrote down for this one was Volcano Religion. And it has a Rabia scale rating of not applicable because Maro hasn't actually said what Asgol's Rabia scale is. So, all we know about this planet is that there's just one giant volcano in the center. And it just turns people into, like, ash zombies. Like, literally all we have to go off, I think, is this. Yeah. Lair of the Ashen Idol. So there's this giant volcano, and inside there's an Ashen Idol that I assume has, like a pretty big effect on the plane. Because... look. What are we thinking, chat? What are we thinking for Asgol? What are we thinking for Asgol, chat? Bro, I actually need like a mod here or something to help me do the polls. So, all we know about this plane is that it's like, there's like lava zombies. That's kind of it. That's kind of it. I imagine, like, does the color green even exist here? Does mana of the green, white, and blue variety even exist in this world? If we went here, would it just be black and red mana? Would it be a set of only black and red colors? Do we want that, chat? I don't know. I kind of don't know. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. Like the concept of a like volcano religion. That's what it is. It's volcano religion. It was mentioned somewhere that like you can't even enter the volcano without an offering, or you just die. I think. Yeah. See, none may approach the Ashen Idol without an offering. An edict fortuitously absent from Phyrexian intelligence concerning the world of Asgol. So you literally can't even enter the volcano without dying if you don't bring an offering. But let's be honest. The world itself is kind of not fleshed out that much. So I'm gonna say mid. I'm gonna say mid. I'm gonna say mid, chat. Alright. Next up, we have... Oh my god, wait, no. Next up, we have... What planet? I already forgot. Bloomborough. Everyone loves Bloomborough, chat. We just went there. Everyone loved it. Bloomborough probably goated, I ain't gonna lie. Alright. Bloomborough, or I guess according to tier maker Omber. Oh, we just went here, but I'll go into lore anyway, so those who don't know. Bloomborough is basically like a Monster Hunter world. You might hear that and be a little confused, but it's basically Monster Hunter if humans physically could not exist. So, if a humanoid ever actually ends up on the world of Bloomborough, they will turn into a, like, humanoid animal person. Not even a humanoid, just like an animal person, to be honest. We saw it with Ral. We saw it with Ral. He got transformed into an otter, I believe, right? Oh god, what was his name? Wait. I'm sorry, chat. Wait a minute. No, it's not a block. It's one set. No. I'm not a bad streamer, I swear. Don't hurt me. Where is he? Where is he? Ral Crackling Wit. There we go. Ral came here and he got turned into an otter for his crimes of existing. Womp womp. Womp womp. So, humans physically cannot exist on Bloomborough at all, whatsoever. Calamity beasts, which are basically these, like, living natural disasters, are very common on the plane. The most prominent one being Maha, its feathers night, whatever that means, existing here. And apparently their existence even creates entire, like, climates. Like, I saw a thing where it's, like, apparently the plane has, like, 8 seasons because some of these calamity beasts are just so powerful that they affect the very ecosystem itself. Almost like elder dragons in Monster Hunter. Wow, that's very strange. Weaving is a special sort of magic that people here can wield that apparently if they actually tap into too much and use too much of the potential for it, will actually threaten to consume them and potentially turn them into a calamity beast themselves, or it may actually be that they just turn into some horrible monster instead, and they don't actually turn it into a specifically a calamity beast. So, at the end of Bloomborough, the Calamity Beasts are still very much alive. They weren't, like, erased from existence or anything like that. They're still there. They're still, like, fine. Can I actually move? Hang on. Can I actually maybe move this just a tad? It was more centered. Yeah, I like that. So, Calamity Beasts themselves actually still do exist on the world. So I guess Wizards finally learned that you should not undo the thing that makes your plane cool when you go there. Like, okay, I shouldn't say finally learned. They've known that for a long time now. It's just nice to see that they didn't make the mistake of undoing the thing that made the plane cool, like they did with Lara. The story of Bloomborough, the set, was apparently King Glarb stole the egg of Maha, and he intended to try and raise it as a protector. He He intended to try and raise it as a protector, but that whole thing just kind of went kaput when people just somehow managed to learn of what his scheme was. And when he got found out and his horribly corrupt political schemes got exposed, I guess he like ran away. He just left his kingdom. Can you imagine, bro? Can you imagine being a corrupt politician and then when they get exposed, they actually like get punished for their crimes instead of remaining in power? Can you imagine? That's crazy. That could never happen in America. Chat is half and half on goated and mid for Bloomburrow. How on earth do you say Bloomburrow was mid? That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Bloomburrow itself was pretty cool. It was a kindred focused set, but there were 10 different tribes to work with. Call me crazy. They might have spread their resources a little too thin. But it's more so like every creature type has like a theme rather than actually wanting to build off of having multiple of said creature type. Like the squirrels all just happen to care about graveyards, that sort of thing. There's also forage, which is a squirrel mechanic. I'm not gonna sit here and go through 10 mechanics. I'm just not gonna do that. Sorry. If you want to know, look up yourself. The frogs want to return stuff to your hand. The otters are spellcasters. The lizards want to punch you in the face really hard. The birds fly. Wow, who would have guessed? Birds fly. Grass grows, birds fly, and brother, I kill people. Bloomburrow. Let's be real. Good plane. But is it block status? Is it block status, chat? Is Bloomburrow block status? Would you be against a block of Bloomburrow? If you got multiple Bloomburrow sets back to back, would you be upset? I'm gonna be real. I don't think we would. Would you be upset about that? Would you be upset at getting multiple Bloomburrow sets back to back? I wouldn't. I might put it in and give me a block, honestly. What we thinking, chat? What we thinking? Bloomburrow goated? Bloomburrow goated? Bloomburrow goated. I'm gonna say Bloomburrow goated. Give me a block. I'll take it. Alright. Next up. We have... Where is it? I keep forgetting the Rabia scale. I keep forgetting to mention it. Bloomburrow's Rabia scale rating is 2. I might just cut out the video entirely at this point because I keep forgetting to mention it every time I rank them. Next up we have everyone's favorite plane, guys. You know it. You all love it? Maybe? I'm not so sure. It's Dominaria. Or according to Tier Maker, Inna. Thanks, Tier Maker, for cutting my logos out. Awesome. Dominaria. So, apparently Dominaria is actually, like, an entire planet. You see it in invasion plans. That this is a map of Dominaria, but it's a globe. Which implies that Dominaria, either just Dominaria or planes as a whole, actually are planets in a, like, contained solar system. So that might imply that, like, other planets you go to are actually, like, entirely different universes, and they aren't just one world with no outer space. I kind of don't know. I'm gonna be so for real right now. I'm gonna be so for real. Oh shit, wait. There we go. Poll was up for chatters. So, Dominaria. Should close this. Dominaria has a Rabia scale rating of 1, so it is the easiest plane to return to. Can I get an actually, like, good card for this? There we go. So, I don't know where I got this from. Apparently, Dominaria may actually be hollow inside. The planet is allegedly double the surface area of Earth. But according to, like, space logic, that means the gravity should be, like, way more intense. But it's actually the same. Like, the humans don't get crushed by the gravity just merely existing. So, that implies that it's totally possible that we might have, like, a Lost Caverns of Ixalan situation here, where it's, like, the people could totally just go inside Dominaria and find a whole ancient civilization that they just never knew about. I feel like that was the Thran. Maybe not. Also, Dominaria has had so many sets. Much of early Magic was literally just Dominaria. Like, we didn't actually go from world to world in very early Magic. It was just constantly Dominaria, Dominaria, Dominaria. We didn't actually leave worlds back then. I'm gonna list off all the sets I can find that are actually taking place with Dominaria. We have, great for this one, because oh boy, it's a lot. Oh boy, it's a lot. We have Antiquities, Legends, The Dark, Ice Age, Alliances, Cold Snap, Mirage, Visions, Urza's Saga. What is that, like 10 so far? Urza's Legacy, Urza's Destiny, Invasion, Plane Shift, Apocalypse, Odyssey, Torment, Judgment, Onslaught, Legions, Scourge, Dominaria, and of course, Dominaria United. I think Brothers War may have also been on Dominaria. I'm actually not too sure, though. So, we've had like 20 sets on Dominaria. You think Ravnica's bad? Oh, you have no idea. Oh, you have no idea. It could be so much worse. It could be so much worse. So, I think this begs the question, could we actually spend, like, an entire year on just one plane? Would you want that? If you could spend a literal entire year on, like, Thunder Junction. If you could spend a whole year on Thunder Junction, would you want that, chat? I'm not so sure. What are you thinking, boys? Is Dominaria mid? Is it good? Or is it cringe? I'm an hour in and I've covered 6 planes. Oh, we're gonna be here for a long time, boys. I mean, it's very basic, right? But then again, that's kind of why Wizards likes it, because it is basic. There doesn't have to be some crazy thing. There's so much lore with the plane that they can kind of just do whatever they want when they go there. I'm kind of sick of it, personally. I'm kind of done. Not really entertained anymore by the whole Dominaria thing. I'd rather go to, like, Galadesh. Or no, sorry, Vishkar now. My bad. Oh, sorry, chat. Get out! My first vote was get out. Like, I'm just bored of it, dude. To be honest, like, I really don't want to go back to Dominaria. What's left? What is there to do? It's like that fucking one Smiling Friends clip. Oh, dude, why are you so old? Get out of here. Go home to your family. Windgrace is dead, so that's not cool. Urza's dead, that's not cool. Mishra is dead, that's what is there to do? Karn lives there, I guess? But Karn lost his spark. Who cares? I'm gonna do it, chat. Get out, tier. Maybe I should have actually made better like logos, because you can't even tell it's Dominaria at all. Because tier maker screwed me on the images, unfortunately. Alright. Next up, we have what is it? Yes! We have Capenna. Notice how I did not say New Capenna. Notice how I did not say New Capenna. I said just Capenna in general. Of course, no, Capenna's not a block. It's just a single set. Right, my bad. How could I possibly forget? I'm pretty sure you all know what Capenna is at this point. I'm pretty sure you know. So, in lore, apparently New Capenna actually was invaded by Phyrexia once before, presumably during Urza era, and the devastation that the plane faced led to a last stand scenario that resulted in archangels and archdemons putting aside their differences and creating a sort of final bastion. And that final bastion actually was the city of New Capenna, which apparently is actually hoisted above land. Like, the city itself is, like, I guess, floating in the sky somehow. Or at least that's what I read. Make the poll, hang on. I'm sorry, chat. And the city itself is, I guess, like, hoisted above the land itself. So, what this means is that all of Old Capenna has room to be explored. There is, in theory, this entire, like, wasteland beneath the city that could be explored. Like, the ruins of a bygone era. Which I think is sick as fuck. Give me this, like, post-apocalyptic New Capenna set, dude. That'd be so cool. Of, like, people trying to just explore the ruins of Old Capenna. That'd be sick as hell. That'd be so cool. Of course, as you all know, New Capenna was based on of 5 crime families, which of course followed the Alara factions. So you had, oh my god, what is it? White, red, green is Cabaretti. Blue, black, red is the Maestros. Raffine. Oh my god, what is it? Obscura. White, blue, black is Obscura. Black, red, green is the Riveteers. And green, white, blue is Brokers. The Brokers. Blue, white, green's the Brokers. That's what it is. So this was the Mafia plane. Everyone was actually really hyped, I think, when they first, like, announced it. People were like, oh, dude, Mafia plane, sick as hell. And then we went there, and everyone was like, oh, no, it's mid. Oh, no, it's mid. So that was okay, honestly. It was, like, so it was supposed to be a 3 color-oriented set, but apparently in Limited, it actually ended up being better to just go 2 colors. Because the mana fixing was bad. Oh, no. God forbid. So Oh boy. We got the allied triumphs, I guess is the term. Alara triumphs with like Jetmir's Garden on them. That was kind of cool. I feel like people actually like really didn't like New Capenna that much. The theme is cool, but it's more so just like the I think the set itself kind of pushed a lot of people away and made them not like it. But I, for one, actually would be really for a like exploring the old Capenna, like the post Phyrexian invasion old world of New Capenna. That'd be really cool to me. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. I'm gonna say good playing. I know the set kind of turned like a lot of people off, but I think the potential is there for a actually cool world. The fact that, like, I didn't even know the city was actually hoisted above ground. I didn't even know that. I just learned that during my research for this stream. That was kind of cool. It has a Rabia scale rating of 6, so it's a little difficult to go back. And also, since the city itself actually is hoisted above ground, what this means is that New Capenna is literally just like Attack on Titan in terms of like world building. There was an invasion of monsters, and the people like put themselves behind this like giant like not wall, but they created the city so high above ground that nobody could reach them. So New Capenna is just at least in terms of like scenario, literally just Attack on Titan, but instead of a wall, they just put a lot of space between the city and the ground. So you know, chat saying goated. But would you want to block? Would you want to block a New Capenna, chat? Hell no, he wouldn't want that. I actually no, you would not want that. I wouldn't want that at least. Is it better than Strixhaven? Probably, yeah. Better than Alara? Hell no. Nothing's better than Alara. I say as I put Bloomberg above it, but whatever. That doesn't count. No. Next up. A cool world, chat. A cool world. Next up, we have Duskmourn. House of Horrors. I don't think House of Horrors actually is part of the world name, but that's what we don't know it as, and it kind of is just one gigantic house, so what are you gonna do? So Duskmourn. Duskmourn is literally a giant, like, house that, and the geometry is, like, constantly shifting, apparently. Like, the world doesn't ever stay the same for long. It is the... I don't know how to explain it because it's so weird. Let me actually read the lore. The lore for you, chat. So, Duskmourn was originally, like, a very generic world. Generic fantasy. There were forests, there were mountains, there were civilizations, all that stuff. But the world itself was actually completely consumed by Valgavoth once he was freed via expanding a house across the entire world. So what had happened was, I guess this family had tried to summon Valgavoth, but they locked him away, and eventually Marina Vendrell, who should not be 5 colors at all when she's just as far as I can tell, a normal person. Marina Vendrell, I guess, rediscovered him like decades later. But Valgavoth gorshed her. Valgavoth gorshed her and just kind of tricked her into saying, "Oh nah, bro, I'm just gonna make your house bigger and bigger and bigger until your house has consumed the entire world." How do you consume an entire house? Or how do you consume an entire world with a house? I don't know. What sense does that make? Shouldn't you run out of materials at some point? I don't know. I guess Valgavoth didn't. Poll is up for chat to vote on if you want to. So, Valgavoth essentially serves as the world's core, and as he continuously kills and consumes more and more people he lures in, he basically keeps so you know how caterpillars like make cocoons to evolve into butterflies? Valgavoth is doing that constantly. Like Valgavoth, who as far as I can tell, Valgavoth actually is stuck in place. He cannot move. He literally cannot move at all. He's like stapled to the ground, but he keeps just growing and trying to evolve the entire time. And his evolutions and stasises he puts himself through are actually reflected throughout the entire world. So when Valgavoth is trying to cocoon himself and take a new form, the horrors and monsters and twisting death traps his place is littered with actually, like, I guess, calms down or they appear less frequently. Like, literally the entire world revolves around what Valgavoth is doing. The entire world, essentially, is just Valgavoth's body. You are walking through Valgavoth's body right now when you're here. Which is very strange. Valgavoth consumes on the emotion of fear to survive. And interestingly, he actually had, apparently, the innate ability to summon doors to other planes to lure more victims in. So, Valgavoth actually had the ability to create omen paths, or his own version of them, to lure in people from other worlds, which opens up a lot of possibilities and really weird stuff. Like, no, it doesn't actually. I'm capping. It doesn't mean anything. It actually does not mean anything. I'm capping you so hard now. It has a Rabiah scale rating of not applicable because we haven't been told what the Rabiah scale rating is for his plane yet. The set itself. We had Manifest Dread, which is basically just like Manifest Plus. Basically, you look at the top 2 cards of your library as opposed to just putting the top card face down as a creature. You choose one to put face down as a 2/2 creature, and the other one goes into your graveyard. And of course, you could turn the manifested creature face up at any time for its mana cost if you want to. So it's just manifest, but you actually get a choice in what you manifest. It's Manifest Plus, what do you want me to say? We had rooms in this set, which were like modal enchantments, I guess, that also had fuse, because you could cast the other version later if you wanted to. Or the same turn if you wanted to spend 10 mana for your Charred, Foyer, and Warp Space. Yes. We had Impending, which is not Kicker, it's actually Suspend. So now everything in Magic is Kicker, Horsemanship, or Suspend. Great. I actually am not totally against Impending. So what it is when you cast a spell for its Impending cost, it enters with 5 time counters, and it stays as just an enchantment until the last time counter is removed. So, for example, this Overlord of Baelmerk here, you could hard cast him and get a big creature beater, or you could just cast as an enchantment for less mana if you wanted to. Chat thinks Duskmourn is mid. Okay. Interesting. Reminder chat, there's a poll you can go and vote on if you want to impact what I rank these things as. What else is there? The world itself actually was kind of built around like horror vibes. Like you'll see with Curse Recording here, This is meant to be like a ring reference. Because it's like, oh, if there are 7 or more counters on it, you take 20, which is the whole thing with Sadako. You have 7 days before you go kaput. Before you go oopsie. What are we thinking, chat? What are we thinking for Duskmourn, huh? Duskmourn mid? I don't think it's mid. I think it's a good plane. I will say, there actually, at least for right now, is like no reason to go back. Like, there's nothing that can add to the plane. The plane's on... The plane itself has already been established, pretty much. There's nothing left to do, because the whole world is just the house. And we've explored the entire house. So, I guess in that regard, it's kind of mid, right? There's nothing left to do. It's kind of a valid point, actually. You know what? Sure, mid, fine. You got it, chat. Next up, yes, we have Eldraine, the Fairy Tail set, chat. Let me end the poll here real quick. Poll is up for y'all. Oh, of course. LJ's on a block. No, play me. We've actually been to Eldraine twice now. That is true. I will say that. So Eldraine is a Fairy Tail inspired set. We've actually been to this plane twice now. The first time was centered on the courts. Okay, yeah, it's true. So the first time we went to Eldraine, the set was mainly focused on the courts and the kingdoms of Eldraine. And the second time we went was post Phyrexian invasion. The Khemris had both died, and the plane was in turmoil because there was no leadership in the plane. The plane of Eldraine itself is actually separated into 3, I guess, like, borders. There's the kingdom, which of course is the highest form of society with all the castles and whatnot. There are the borderlands, and then there are the wilds. When the plane was invaded, the spell called the Wicked Slumber, apparently, was used as a failsafe against Phyrexia to try and save what was left of the plane, because I guess there was catastrophic losses, and they just did that as a final Hail Mary, just put the whole world to sleep. Eventually, when enough time passed, the slumber was lifted. And what rose from the ashes of the plane was a order called the Verdant Order, which was a order of knights dedicated to defending the last untouched parts of Eldraine's wilds while the 5 kingdoms rebuild. Unfortunately, this was the plane that gave us Oko. So that's an issue. And people don't like him. We don't like Oko. Where is he? I gotta find him. Am I stupid? Did I pass him? He's not. What? Huh? Oh, wait, he's a mythic. No, I passed him already. No, wait. Yeah. Oko. Look at that banned list, bro. Sheesh! Banned in 6 formats. Can you fucking imagine? Oh my god. Bro got 6-shootered. He's $4 right now? Oh my god. Bro, you pick up your Okos now. Pick up your Okos right now, chat. $4, that's a steal, bro. Playing Commander. Just make everyone's Commander an Elk. I can't do anything. Eldraine. I'm not gonna lie. There's kind of like nothing left to do. We've explored the kingdoms and explored the wilds. I guess technically we could go back a third time and explore the rebuilt kingdoms and see what happened after the Industrial Revolution. Eldraine has been dealt with. I guess you could do that, but does anyone really care? I don't care. I would rather not, honestly, chat. Adventures, that very great mechanic that was not OP at all. Everyone loves adventures, chat, right? Remember adventures? Every adventure is a 2-for-1 by default because you get 2 spells. I might put it in Get Out tier, honestly. I'm thinking about it. I'm really thinking about it. I don't like this plan at all. I think the Fairy Tail theme is actually like kind of boring, which is strange because I actually thought the Fairy Tail theme would have actually been like really cool, but then we went to it and I was like, oh wait, it's mid. Adventure crazy, not gonna lie. Yeah, it is. It's kind of absurd. Like if you're not casting the adventure side, you're just kind of giving up free value. They did bring it back for wilds, but they did tone it down, I think. Like most of the adventure cards kind of aren't that good in wilds, if I recall correctly. I think. Oh, we also had Bargain, which was it's kicker. It's kicker. As you cast spells, you can sack artifacts, enchantments, or tokens to get extra benefits. If you bargain this Realm Scorcher Hellkite, you get 4 mana back for free. So you get a 2 mana 4/6 of Flying and Haste. Nice and balanced. Nice and balanced. The funny part is, it actually kind of is balanced because no one plays it. It's actually really bad. There's so many fairy tales and such that they didn't touch, especially in Wilds of Eldraine, mid. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking Get Out tier, chat. I ain't gonna lie. I'm actually kind of thinking Get Out tier. Like I actually just don't care for this plane. Make sure to vote in the poll. We have 2 votes so far. 1 for goated, 1 for mid. I kind of put in Get Out tier. I'll leave it in I'd rather not for now. Because I kind of just like don't care for the world at this point. I think the Fairy Tail theme is just not that interesting to me, to be honest. We also got great cards that were not at all pushed, like the Grey Henge. Oh my god. Everyone's favorite card. Look how balanced it is, guys. Look how balanced it is. It's so balanced, guys. Look. What a balanced card. And, who can forget such God, fuck. This set had like a night theme, but nights suck, and all the night payoffs also sucked. Who can forget the Great Henge's biggest contender, the Circle of Loyalty? Oh my goodness gracious! Look at how balanced it is, guys. Oh my god. What the hell? What else is there? Anything else we're talking about? Oh yeah, there was this weird sub-theme of like candy monsters that I actually don't even think was touched on in lore. Like I don't think these things ever get like talked about in lore. Like it's never explained why these things exist. I guess the wilds just happen to have a bunch of like sweets monsters. Why? For what purpose? For what purpose? We also got Gilded Goose. From Birds of Paradise, but nerfed. Very strange. Yeah. Kinda once upon a time. Got banned in Modern, if you can believe it. Turns out, a 0 mana impulse on turn 0 for creatures or lands, I guess is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, I actually don't understand why this card was banned. Like, deadass, why was this banned? I actually don't know. I actually don't know. What made this ban worthy? Was a turn 0 impulse really that strong? I mean, it sculpts your hand a little bit, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. I want to go back. I'm fine not touching it ever again, to be honest. I don't really care. Next up. Oh, and it has a Rabia skill rating of 4. So it's a little easier to go back to. Ah. Next up. We have... Oh, shit, wait, Ah! No! Next up, we have the Plane of Urgamon. Referenced in a single card ever. What the hell is Urgamon? Who names their child Urgamon? Look at this. Alright, Urgamon. So, we actually know, like, nothing about this plane. All I could find was that it is a plane that resembles the Shard of Naya on Alara with its fauna. And apparently, predator and prey relationships just stopped when the Phyrexian invasion happened. So all the animals just stopped hunting each other and just said, wait a minute, we're metal people. Fucking kill them. And that's it. That's all we know. But what we thinking, chat? Do you want to go to Urgamon? Do you want to go to a plane you know nothing about? Do you want that? Like I wish I could say, oh yeah, no, dude, it's actually like a lot of really cool lore here. No, it's is there even like a plane for this? There is. What do we have? The Truga Jungle. There you go, chat. That's Urgamon. You want to go there? Does the plane even does the plane even have blue and black mana? Is that a thing that exists here, or is it just white, red, green? I wouldn't know. I mean, I guess, like, why would you go to Urgamon when you can just go back to Alara, right? What's the point? I'm gonna say mid. Cause like, the fact that we know nothing about it means that they can still just, like, expand upon it and add more stuff to it. It doesn't just have to be the jungle that resembles Naya. They can add more stuff. Next up, we have... Ah, yes. Politics, the plane. Uno momento, chat. I gotta make the poll again. Hang on, wait a minute. Next up, we have the Plane of Fiora. So, for those of you who don't know, Fiora is actually the plane that... I think it's... What the hell is it called? I'm blanking on right now. What the hell is it? Throne? Not Throne something? Conspiracy! Conspiracy! Oh my god! Conspiracy! It's conspiracy! I'm so sorry! So Fiora is actually the plane that Conspiracy takes place on. It is a plane rife with politics. The plane is basically just like American democracy, but in Italy. Ever since the open paths opened on the plane, people are actively trying to leave. The conditions here are so terrible that when portals open to other worlds, people are like, oh, bro, get me out of here. Get me out of here right now. I will happily leave this fucking horrible political painscape. Apparently on Thunder Junction, people were selling cookware from Fiora for some reason. Also, Marchesa is actually the queen of Fiora, but apparently her thing of being queen must not be that important because she's just here on Thunder Junction doing who knows what. Why is she here? Like, actually, why is she here? Magic lore. We care about lore, guys. You promise. The lore. The lore must be preserved at all costs. Put Marchesa on Thunder Junction. Queen? Like she literally fought for Fiora. Like, she's seen fighting the Phyrexians herself. So she ain't no coward. She actually will fight. But she just left to go, I guess, play poker on Thunder Junction? What? Huh? What are these cards like? I don't even know. A rarity, yes, sort. What is happening? Thank you. I don't know what to say here, because half these cards are just reprints. I don't know what to tell you, honestly. I can't show you much about what the world... There you go, Sovereign's Realm. That's Fiora. Big ol' Greek castle. It's a bandit commander. It's too powerful, guys. It's also a conspiracy. What's a conspiracy, you ask? Hell if I know. I wouldn't know. I'm actually gonna turn music down real quick. Hang on. Okay. Oh yeah, there was Brago. Oh my god, yeah, I forgot to mention Brago. So the plane was originally ruled by Brago, but Marchesa had hired Kaya, the ghost killer, to kill him. And for a long time, we just didn't get anything new involving Kaya at all. Like, this was her only card we had for her. She eventually did finally get expanded in Call Time? I think it was Call Time that got her first new card, right? Besides this one? I think? Maybe? I don't know. I'm just gonna say it. We can all agree Fiora is get out tier, right? Like, we don't care about Fiora. I can say that and be fine, right? I can say if Fiora get out tier, chat. No one's gonna get mad at me. Right? Yes. Okay, cool. Great. Ain't nobody wanna go no political plane. It's painful enough in real life. I don't want even more politics in my card game. It's painful enough in America as it is. Alright, oh yeah, and I should just stop mentioning it at this point, honestly, I keep forgetting. Revised skill rating on Fiora is 7. So it actually is pretty hard to go back, apparently. I guess just no one cares. Something like that. Next up. Oh. No, oh my god, I'm sorry. So next up, chat, we have the plane of Gobakon. Gobakon is a... What even was it? Gobakon is a desert plain plagued with diamond storms, which I assume are very painful natural disasters. And currently within the one established city that we know of, there is an order of shield mages that are taught to repel diamond storms. And that's it. That's all we know. Teo is from here. That's kind of cool, I guess. Beyond that, I don't really know what to tell you. Do you want to go to another desert plain, chat? I also think every card that references Gobakon is white. So it might again be one of those planes that lacks colors outside of certain colors. Like it might not have certain colors of mana on the plane. At least not without expanding the world of it, which they seem to not actually be intent on doing. Like most of the invasion planes that appeared once, like these planes that appeared for the first major time in March of the Machine, just seem to be a bunch of one-off planes that they don't really seem to ever intend to expand upon. Like, it's just a bunch of one-offs to me. Is there a plane card for it? I don't even know. Ah! There you go, chat. That's Gobakon. You want to go there? I think Amonkhet is better, right? I think Amonkhet is better. I guess it's more like a monk theme with the Order of the Shield people, Order of the Light Shield mages. No one cares, to be honest. No one cares. Nobody wants to go there. Alright, what's next? Ah! Hang on, chat. I have to, look up a few things. One moment. Bear with me here. Bear with me here. There we go. Do that. I just want to pause the music here for a moment. Now, oh my god. Skyfall, I'd like to humbly request that you actually let me find single set planes through the block mechanic. I'd like to humbly request. My god. Alright, so next up, we have the plane of Ikoria. So Ikoria, for those of you who don't know, is a plane with a humans versus monsters dynamic. The creatures here routinely adapt and evolve at random, it seems like, in part due to the energy that many crystals the plane is scattered with have. Let's see if I can find them here real quick. Here we go. The triome. There's like crystal structures like this that seem to give the monsters here the ability to like mutate, I guess. Speaking of mutate, there's also the mechanic mutate, which people seem very divided upon. Like it's either you hate mutate or you like it. There is no in between. It seems like everyone is very kind of odd about Ikoria as a set. 2 ways vote for Capenna. Oh, I'm sorry. Capenna was a good play. We put good play for it, so don't worry. It ranked high. Ikoria. Okay, so Ikoria. Oh, it's also possible for humans of the plane to form bonds with the monsters. So the plane is actually like there's this very big humans versus monsters dynamic, very similar to Monster Hunter, but they're actually a good there's a twist on it by the fact that the humans actually can, I guess, become allied with the monster or monsters rather. And when they actually become bonded, there seems to be a telepathic connection formed between them, or at least some sort of way to be able to mutually understand the monsters. As for the humans side of things, the plane actually has 3 civilizations. There is the city of Lavabrink, which is the people here just try to avoid the monsters at all costs by barricading themselves so heavy that monsters just can't get in. It's a city surrounded by lava, so the only things that could even potentially get in are monsters that live in lava, which I think there's like 1, maybe. Like I think Lava Serpent is one of the creatures in the plane. Yeah, so I guess Lava Serpent could get into the city of Lavabrink. But I doubt it. I don't see it happening. Next, there is the city of Skysail. These people try to avoid the monsters by just being so high in the sky that any monster without wings just can't get to them. And if a flying monster actually does decide to get near the city, they try to divert them rather than directly kill them. And finally, of course, the biggest one that most people know is Drannith. This is like just a straight up. This is just what is it called? What's the city in AOT called? I don't remember. Shiganshina? Is that what it's called? Shiganshina, I guess. Yeah, that's what the city is called in AOT. So this is the one where people were just like, nah, we're just gonna kill him. We're just gonna kill him. So the plane actually has a really cool dynamic here between specifically Drannith and the monsters. There's a constant war happening between the humans and monsters here. So I actually am totally for this dynamic of like the humans and monsters being in this constant like war of attrition. I'd be super down to see just some sort of like maybe like assault from Drannith on the monsters. It'd be super cool to see them fight. What am I supposed to do now? What do we do? What do we do? Ah, yes. The most interesting city has been destroyed. Lovely. That's awesome. That's so cool. That's fine. That's okay. I will say, bits aside, there actually is a card that implies that Coppercoat Vanguard, this card itself implies that I guess the people of Drannith actually did try to take back the ruins of the city after the Phyrexian invasion. But this implies that they tried, not that they succeeded. And considering the fact that there seems to be a very heavy emphasis on the monsters tending to win more often than the humans do, I doubt they actually managed to take back the city. First stream of yours I caught so far. How goes it? Pretty good. If I'm being fully honest, I kind of thought more people would tune in, but it's also kind of early in the morning, so maybe I should schedule this for like 12 or something. I don't know. I just got partnered recently, so I'm trying to be live a bit more. But arena content is like not is not fun to watch. So I don't want to stream arena, and I don't want to stream Moto either because I just haven't ever touched it before, and I also think Moto content is also not that fun to watch. So I'm trying to make content I want to see, but when you take away the two easiest forms of content to make, it becomes kind of... It's hard to brainstorm ideas for streams. So I'm trying to be creative. I'm trying to be live somewhat often now. Probably like at least a stream every 2 weeks at minimum, maybe. Something like that. I don't know. It's hard to make Magic content that's stream based that isn't arena or Moto. How do we feel about Ikoria, boys and girls and non-binaries? How we feel? Did Pioneer Masters yesterday? Ah, that set that I totally knew was a thing. Mid? I kind of agree at this point, honestly. I think chat's right. I see our poll got one vote for mid as well. I'm not against that idea, honestly. We're thinking mid, chat? Ah. Yeah, I'll say mid. Alright. Ikoria has a Rabias skill rating of 5, so it's like medium in terms of being able to go back. Ah. I see. Next up, we have... Oh my goodness, what? Thank you. Innistrad, boys. Everyone loves Innistrad. Right? There's no fatigue on Innistrad, is there, guys? What? No, it's truly not. That's not possible. Godzilla cards are not mid? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you positive? Oh my god. 1,800 cards for Innistrad. Are you kidding me? Good god. Alright. So, for those of you who somehow don't know, Innistrad is a gothic horror plane. Werewolves, vampires, horror, zombies, all the gothic horror stuff, right? Eventually, Emrakul comes and decides to ruin everything. Awesome. Where is it? Well, let me get the right card. There we go. Emrakul. Lovely. She messed things up because of Nahiri, because Nahiri summoned her to the plane because she's spiteful. Which means don't let her ever get to a commander pod. So Gatewatch came and cleaned things up, and Emrakul got imprisoned in the moon. And everything, I guess, went back to normal. I could have swore it was like, oh no, human civilization is like screwed now because this horrible spaghetti monster attacked and like destroyed civilization, and now there was like werewolves and everything was just being allowed to run amok and destroy things. But I guess somehow the humans recovered. I don't really know how, but I guess they did. The day and night cycle on Innistrad was eventually disturbed due to Emrakul being imprisoned in the moon, but it went back to normal through the Dawnhart Coven's rituals, which is, if I can find them, any card that depicts them, I'll take it. Anything, give me something, please. I'll get there eventually. Okay, please, guys. The Dawnhart Coven. There. Okay, here we go. Dawnhart Coven. I guess if you just pray hard enough, Emrakul will stop being weird with the day and night cycles. I know there was like the Celestus. I don't know if this thing actually had any sort of impact on the day and night cycle itself. Like, is this not just one giant clock? Like, does this thing actually have a way to control the flow of time? Because the thing I read was that Emrakul was the reason the moon was being weird. So, did they just like did Emrakul see them praying and was like, oh, they don't want the day and night to be weird now? Okay, I'll stop. What? What happened? How? Huh? Looking through mechanics here. It's actually a lot to cover here. Let me go back to the front. So we had there was a human theme, as of course, all the survivors. There was zombies and werewolves, all the creature types, right? Miracle was a mechanic where you could cast a card for its always cheaper miracle cost when you draw it, if it's the first card you draw on a turn. So sometimes you get the lucky Hail Mary and rip a miracle off the top, which was pretty cool. I know people kind of didn't like it because miracle cards tended to be like unplayable if you didn't cast them for their miracle cost. So I don't know. They did bring it back for the Duskmourn Aminatou precon, but there was Delirium. I know this card is not actually reference Delirium, but it's basically Delirium. Delirium is a mechanic that actually cares about how many card types are in your graveyard. So generally, you would get a bonus for, I think it was, usually the number is 4. Once you have 4 more card types, you have Delirium turned on. So once you get an artifact, creature, instant, and sorcery, all of your Delirium spells get a buff, generally. So what that meant was, if somebody cast recipes against you, you just kind of like roll over and die. We had Emerge and Elder's Moon. I actually really like Emerge. Emerge was really cool. So the flavor here is that something is bursting out from the inside of a creature, and as a result, you can cast a spell for a reduced mana cost. Like, for example, here with Decimator, You may cast a spell by sacrificing a creature and paying the emerge cost reduced by that creature's mana value. So the flavor was that you had regular creatures basically transmorphing into these horrible like Eldrazi monsters. Emerge is really cool. I like it a lot. Very cool mechanic. I hope I know it's like Eldrazi related in Eldritch Moon, but I really hope they can find a way to just bring it back somehow without having to incorporate Eldrazi, because it's really cool. I like it a lot. There was, I can find it. Yes, Flashback. Everyone's favorite mechanic. I actually don't think Flashback premiered with Innistrad. It was like one of the old Boros sets that actually gave us the first Flashback cards. Regardless, everyone loves Flashback because you can just cast a spell again from your graveyard. That's cool. That's fun to do. I like free value. We had Coven in Midnight Hunt, which is if you have 3 or more different powers among your creatures, you get bonuses. So if somebody just casts a forward breath against you, you just kind of got sad. Also, it made removal kind of like better, because if you just kept your opponent off of Coven, you just denied them their bonuses. And finally, if I can find it, which I seem to not be able to do. Oh, there was Cleave. Yeah, there was Cleave. People said this mechanic was confusing. I kind of don't understand why. So, when you cast a spell for its Cleave cost, you remove the words in brackets. So, if you cast a spell regularly, the spell says, getting next turn of that take an extra after this one. During that turn, damage can be prevented, and at the beginning of that turn's end step, you lose the game. So if you cast it for 3, it's an extra turn spell that kills you. But if you cast it for Cleave, the extra turn spell just doesn't kill you. It's just an overcosted extra turn spell. You just remove the words in brackets. I don't like why. How is that confusing? How is that confusing? How? I don't understand. People saying, "Oh, Cleave is it's you just remove the words in square brackets." What is the issue? What? Okay, I guess. Yeah, like dude, I kept seeing on social media, oh, I can't. Cleave is so weird. Like, I don't think it is, but all right. We had Madness get brought back, which was brought back. Was it new? Brought back because it was introduced in Planar Chaos, I think, where if you discard cards, you can cast them for their Madness cost. So all of your red looting effects got a buff through Madness. They were better because it turned your Madness spells into actual value. That's pretty good. We had Clue tokens and Blood tokens introduced to Innistrad. Clues are basically artifacts you pay 2 and sack and draw a card. And Blood is artifacts you pay 1 and discard a card to draw a card. So they're like almost the exact same thing. Great. And that's it. A lot of mechanics. They seem to not really like sticking to one mechanic for the set besides Flashback. They kept bringing in new things. I'm gonna be honest. I kind of don't think there's much left to do with Innistrad. I'm kind of like over it. If I'm being honest, chat. I'm kind of over it. Where is Innistrad? Here it is. I'm kind of over it, chat. I'm not gonna lie. It does have a Rabaya scale rating of 1. So it is very easy to go back to, apparently. Someone in chat has a counterpoint. I'll hear him out. Maybe chat can convince me. I will say the poll right now is 100% on goated, so the public thinks it's a cool plane. Daddy Soren. Alright, get out here. Alright, cool, moving on. Next up, we have the plane of ire. This is okay. No, it's fine. I'll leave it. I'll put it in good plane. Fine. I'm sick of it, but I know that's just me. So might be asking, Bounce Man, what the hell is ire? Good question. Good freaking question. Oh wait, I actually put the types in. What the hell is ire? So for those of you who don't know, can I open this in like a new tab? Okay, maybe not like that. Can I rotate? Okay. So for those of you who don't know, Ire is allegedly the home of the Fomori. There's a card that mentions it. I can't remember what it is. You all can see the wiki page is actually very, like, obscure about this. What the hell referenced this? I'm not crazy. I know I saw something that, like, mentioned, oh, yes. Oh, it was a very obscure article. That explains it. It's not gonna load, is it? No, it's not. Okay, so all we know about this plane is that this is where the Fomori live, which they are seemingly trying to build up, but it's hard to tell because there's like 3 cards every set to mention them. So eventually we're gonna go here. Let me read my notes here. So Ire is the home of the Fomori, which, again, they're trying to build up to, but we don't really know that much about, other than the fact that they are giants. I will say, this island itself gives off massive Shrine of Storm vibes and Demon Souls. Hopefully they actually keep that when we actually go there for the finale of the Omen Path arc. But who knows? So according to the wiki, on the obscure plane of Ire is the mysterious Turi Island, a rocky isle beaten by choppy ocean waves, topped by a mountainous, rough-hewn stone fortress. The hulking Fomori leer over their battlements, threatening a boulder barrage toward anyone who should attempt entry. But many planeswalkers try, as the island is said to be a mana haven for summoning not only giants, but other cloud-scraping creatures as well. According to newer cards, the Fomori had interaction with other worlds as well, as we see in Fomori Vault, on the plane of Thunder Junction, and in Master's Guide Mural. On the back, you can see the Fomori are a foul and distant memory, but their war machines taught us much about large-scale armorcraft. So keep in mind, this quote was like written way before all this stuff about the Fomori was written. I should probably actually end the poll and actually type in Ire for the poll. I'm so sorry. That would help, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would. Have we rated Thunder Junction yet? We have not. So, hypothetically, we should... Okay. Hypothetically, we should be going to the plane of Ire at some point, because this is the home of the Fomori, and they keep they're framing the Fomori as this like long forgotten race of like interplanar giant conquerors, like Phyrexia 2, but we keep not actually getting cards for them. The 2 cards we do have that depict Fomori definitely do not depict them as this like very technologically advanced race. Like Ruhan is just some giant with a bunch of like monk-like tattoos. Fomori Nomad is just a big giant. Like, they're not depicted as these like technological advanced species, but yet in the new cards they're getting shown all these like machinery. So there's a very good chance that when we do go to Aiur, it is not going to be anything like what we see in Turi Island, which makes me sad because the vibes in this piece of art are immaculate. But you know why that is? Because it's drawn by Raymond Swanland, the GOAT. The absolute GOAT of magic art. Raymond Swanland. My boy, my GOAT. I love all his pieces. So I can't see us not going here. Like, this is supposed to be the home of them. It's gonna look completely different. This is the only plane on here that has like not been mentioned on an actual card, besides, I guess, if you count the Fomori cards themselves. Chat says get out tier. Eh. I'm just going to leave it in mid for now. I'm just gonna leave it in mid for now because, again, really good chance that this is not gonna be at all what the plane looks like. I hope it does, because Shrine of Storm, some Demon Souls, is like the best area in the whole game. But they keep depicting them as this like technologically advanced race. I think we see it in yeah, Sword of Wealth and Power. There's a Fomori in the back. They do at least seem to want to intend to keep the design aesthetic the same of these like curved horn giants. So at some point down the line, I guess they had a industrial revolution and had advanced spacecraft at some point. Maybe Phyrexia's involved somehow. Who knows? I certainly don't know. What am I hearing? Ah. Alright. I'll leave it in mid. I probably just put it in, like... It should have its own tier, honestly, because we can't really, like, efficiently rate it. I will say... I'm gonna do y'all something crazy right now. I'm gonna do y'all something crazy right now. Watch this. Watch this. I bet y'all don't know this. Not that. No. Wait. No, go away. This? Yeah. You all can't see that. My face is in the way. Chat's in the way too. Hang on. So the Fomori is actually like an Irish folklore thing. Again, you all can't see. I'm in the way. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Wait. Put my face. No. Here. Yeah. So the Fomori is actually not a original concept. The Fomori are actually based on Irish folklore. They're a supernatural race in Irish mythology and are often portrayed as hot. What the fuck are you doing? No. Oh my god. They are often portrayed as hostile and monstrous beings. Originally, they were said to come from under the sea or the earth. Later, they were portrayed as sea raiders and giants. They are enemies of Ireland's first settlers and opponents of the Tuatha De Danann. Whatever that is. The other supernatural race in astrology. Oh, that's what they are. Although some members of the two races have offspring, the Tuatha defeat the Fomorians in the Battle of Mag Turid. This has been likened to other Indo-European myths of war between gods, such as the Aesir and Vanir in Norse, and the Olympians and Titans in Greek mythology. So, the Fomorians are actually, at least in Irish folklore, are these, like, monsters of, like, the sea or earth? So the Fomorians actually are based on Irish folklore, which is really cool. I didn't even know Ireland had folklore, if I'm being honest. Is that baited of me? I hope not. It might be, actually. I don't know. I hope not. So they are sea raiders or giants. Giant sea raiders. And that's why Turi Island is a giant ocean stone island. That explains it, yeah. So I'm really interested, actually, to see what they do with them. I didn't even know Ireland had folklore at all. But if this is what the Fomori are based off of, I'm hype. I'm hype. I bet y'all didn't know that either. Y'all had no idea the Fomori were based on Irish folklore, did you? No, you didn't know. You didn't know. You don't even gotta tell me. You don't even gotta tell me. You don't even gotta tell me. However, the plane of Ire is still in mid. Also, get it? Get it? Ire, like Ireland. The plane of Ire, as in Ireland, because the Fomori are based on Irish folklore. Hold up, his writing is this fire? That's enough of that. Alright. Gang, I'm streaming. Ooh, no memento, chat. I don't want the background noise in the video. Hang on, just... The product fatigue has worn him down. No, it's just background noise. I don't want the video. Can you all hear that? Can you all hear, like, loud noise in the background when I speak? Because I hear it. I hear it. What is next? I don't even know. I can end the poll at least. Oh. Hang on, chat. I got to look up stuff. In the meantime. No, shit, wait. Can't hear it? Okay, we're fine then. Or no, I want, no, wait. What the hell? No, what? Scryfall tweaking, gang. Scryfall tweaking. What? Oh my god. Oh my god. I gotta manually type it. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Make the poll too. Oh my god, I'm so bad. I'm so bad at streaming, chat. I'm so bad at streaming. No, I gotta make it Ixalan's next. Ixalan's next. By the way. Hang on, chat. I'm preparing. I'm preparing. Just hang on, okay? Chill. I promise what I'm doing is purpose. Okay. I really can't. Oh my god. I wanna risk it. I wanna risk it. It's gonna be so good. I can't have my content being cringe when I gotta go to record it post editing. Or edit it post recording. That's not how that works. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. I'm so sorry, chat. Horrible timing. Horrible timing. And regardless, we're doing Ixalan next. What the fuck is happening in this house, bro? Oh my god. Okay. So, next up, we have the Plane of Ixalan. Merfolk, vampires, pirates, and dinosaurs. And that's it. That's the whole plane. It's just simple and clean faction wars. Merfolk, vampires, dinosaurs, and pirates. How can you hate that? How can you possibly hate that? How can you possibly hate that? Right? How? Also, Jace Amnesia. Yes, we had Jace Amnesia. Ixalan actually was the plane that actually gave us dinosaurs in the game. For years, the dinosaurs were deemed too silly. They were only unset material. But thanks to Ixalan, they were free from their shackles. They were allowed to roam free, and somehow in the span of like only a few years, they are a stronger tribe than cats ever will be. Because for some reason, Wizards just hates cats. So as you can see, it was just simple pirates, dinosaurs, vampires, and merfolk. And that was it. That was the whole plane. Dude, this is like this. I want to say Ixalan was a case of less is more. It was so simple. It was a great concept. It's just 4 tribes. It's just 4 tribes took it out for the grand prize of the Golden City. And we actually went back to Ixalan. So I was even more hyped when I knew we were going to even more cards to give these 4 tribes even more gas. 4 tribe faction war, baby. Let's go. What? Cats? There's cats now? 5 tribes fighting for the grand treasure of the caverns of Ixalan. And with the gnomes? Why are there gnomes? What? This is the faction set. Why are they bringing in all these like random tribes to this? What the hell? What gods? There's gods now too. Why? Who? What? We've had gods on like every plane. Why? What? What is? What? What is going on? Why did you feel the need to bring gods on an Ixalan? Who was asking for that? Why are we asking for gods on the... Who the hell are you? Who was the... Wait! Oh, no! They ruined it! What happened? You had a good thing going. Why'd you... What? What happened? What happened? Okay. I know this is... Look, I know this is a hot take, okay? I do. I know it is. I really am not a fan of what they did to Ixalan. Why are there cats now? Why are there cats? Why are there cats for no reason? Who looked at Ixalan and said, we need cats. We gotta have cats now. Is it a valid take? Is it a valid take? Because I feel like every time I mention it, everyone's like, no, you're wrong. Lost Caverns is cool. Dude, what? Like, okay. So, apparently in the original Ixalan story, Aquazotz was very briefly mentioned. The vampires actually were looking for a, like, shrine of Aquazotz to try and bring him back or worship him or something like that. But in the current year of, like, magic development, you did not have to make them gods. You can create beings of, like, historical significance and power and not make them gods. Lorwyn gave us the avatars. Like, for the example, Dominus of Fealty. There was a whole cycle of these, like, crazy hybrid mana creatures where they're just meant to be these imposing, like, figures of power on the plane. There was the Nephilim on Ravnica. Like, I'm just so sick of gods, dude. I don't understand why they looked at Ixalan and thought they need gods. Like, we had Theros, we had Amonkhet, we had Kaldheim, we had Ilharg on Ravnica. We had the Amonkhet gods come back as zombies in War of the Spark. I feel like there was another god playing in there somewhere besides Ixalan. Like, me personally, I'm just over it. They need to, like, drop gods for a good, like, 5 years. Isn't there another, like, subset of god somewhere? We went back to Theros. That didn't help either. Yeah, we had the gods from Baldur's Gate, I guess. I guess that counts. Is that it? Okay, that's it. Just say it's a multiverse thing and say this is a different Ixalan? I mean, yeah, I guess. Like, I don't understand. Why are there cats, dude? This is what gets me. Like, why? Like, I don't understand why they shifted away from the faction thing. That was, like, the entire... That was Ixalan's whole thing was the faction wars. It was supposed to be 4 different factions fighting for the treasure of the Golden City. Now, this time, we're going into caves and discovering an ancient, lost ruins of civilization. But, like, what? Why are there cats? Like, they just completely shifted away from the tribal mechanics that original Ixalan had. I don't understand why. Now, you might be saying, well, actually, Bounce Man, it's okay. They gave us precons in this set, and those 4 precons are built around the faction theme. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Can you imagine if we went to Theros and the enchantment theme was gone, but then someone told you, don't worry, it's okay. They gave us 4 different precons that are all sub-themes of Enchantress. No. That'd be weird. That'd be so weird. So, what is this guy's deal? Why is he here? Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay. So I will say one thing that's actually really cool is that the cats and the Myca Tyrant are actually working together. You see in Kutsil's favorite text, invaders in the West Chasm, give me an hour and they'll be fungus food. So, and also they actually have a similar color in their identity. The Myca Tyrant and the fungus creatures by extension are black-green aligned, whereas the cats are green-white aligned. So one thing that's actually really cool is that the cats and the Myca Tyrant are actually working together. Except not really. I'm just lying to you. It turns out that the cats and the Myca Tyrant actually aren't working together at all. But for some reason, they decided to just put a reference to this cat making food for the Myca Tyrant for no reason. So you read this and you think, oh, the cats are working with the Myca Tyrant. No, they're not. Like, they're actually not in lore. I guess this just a design oversight. Like, I don't. I really think that they actually like legit flopped super hard with Ixalan. Like, actually get out here. I don't care anymore after that. Like, I'm very against the gods. They for some reason shifted away from the tribals theme. Chat says 50-50 on mid and goated. So I guess I'm wrong. I'll give you I'd rather not. I'll give you I'd rather not. That's all you get. I do not like what happened with Ixalan, but I know, again, I know that my take there is very unpopular. And a lot of people actually like the gods from Amonkhet. So, my take is unpopular. But I find that that's actually pretty normal in life. So, whatever. Okay. Next up, we have, what is it? Yeah. What? This is what is this? This is a video called Monkey Buys Juice. What is this? What is this? This is not the right. What is this? Okay, put the coin in. Yeah, 2 coins, right? So I paid enough money for it. Okay. Hey! Don't break it! Hey! What the fuck is he doing? Bro, just hit the button. You don't gotta smack it. What is he doing? Stop! Jesus, bro, this guy is so impatient. Get your drink, bro. Get your drink. Get a drink. Oh, he did it wrong. Of course he did, because he's a monkey. He's not. Oh, wait, no, did he? Oh! There we go. Oh, he needs help. He needs help, chat. There you go. Up. Oh, he's got hops. He's got hops, chat. Welch's? That's a good shit, too. That's Welch's. That's a good shit right there. You got it, bro? Yo, holy fucking, you pick it up? He can actually pick it up with his little monkey arms? Okay, that's it. Chat, do you wanna rank Monkey Buys Juice? Ragavan. Someone in chat said Ragavan. Can I actually add? Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Can I actually add that video to the poll or the ranking? I can add some of this, right? Yeah. Hang on. Let me end the poll real quick. Start a poll. What you think, chat? How we feeling on Monkey Buys Juice? How we feeling on that? How we feeling on Monkey Buys Juice, chat? I'm seeing a lot of Goated right now. 2 votes for Goated on Monkey Buys Juice. I know more y'all can vote. More y'all can vote. Ixalan's beyond Goated. Me and I'm wrong. All right, Monkey Buys. All right, Monkey Buys Juice is Goated. Monkey Buys Juice is Goated. Chat has spoken. Chat has spoken. What's next on the tier list? We have Kaladesh, which is also going to be called Avishkar from this point going forward. Where is Kaladesh, actually? Here, Kaladesh. Also known as Lad, because fucking Tier Maker is bad at cropping things. Kibo? Oh yeah, Kibo! I forgot about him. Yeah, the Uktabi Prince. Ixalan's beyond Goated. Me when I'm wrong. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Let's add gods for no reason. Anyways. What did I say? Kaladesh. What the block am I doing? We actually are going back to Kaladesh in the next set. So. Monkey Buys Jose. Monkey Buys Jose. Monkey Buys Juice Goated. The people have spoken. So the next the next set is Aether Drift, but it's this like Mario Kart race between the 3 planes of Kaladesh, or sorry, Avishkar. I'll try it again. We actually, so the next set, Aether Drift, has us going to Kaladesh. Sorry, fuck, Avishkar. It's Mario Kart between Avishkar, Muruganda, that plane that Wizards has said is actually really hard to go back to, and what was it? I actually forgot. No, deadass. I actually forgot. What was it? Fiora? Was it Fiora? I actually can't. I don't remember. I'm trying to find it. A death race across 3 planes. Oh, Amonkhet. Oh! So we actually are going back to Amonkhet. So it's Aether Drift is Mario Kart, but on Avishkar, Amonkhet, and Muruganda. We actually have never had a set for Muruganda because Wizards has said that Muruganda is like too hard of a plane like work. Avishkar is pretty cool. It's a steampunk themed plane. I know. I'm sorry. I'm not used to it. Okay, I'm sorry. It's a steampunk. Oh my god, I can't speak today. It is a steampunk themed plane. You gotta sneeze. I got Terrible timing. Ah. Oh yeah, I should say. So for those of you who don't know, Kaladesh has been name changed to Avishkar. They actually did release a article about it. So Wizards has a consultant team that they actually consult. Wow, congratulations. Great words, Bounce Man. For when creating things for the game. So that way they make sure not to basically unintentionally create any sort of like bigoted content through like translation and whatnot. According to the article here, when we created the original Kaladesh set, we chose the word Kala as a word that can mean tomorrow or art combined with Desh, meaning home or country. Unfortunately, the term Kala can also be associated with the meaning black and often carries derogatory colorist and race connotation when applied to a person. So I guess Kala can mean tomorrow, art, or black. So I guess Kaladesh could also be interpreted as black home or black country, which actually is kind of bad. Black. If Kaladesh meant black country, yeah, that's actually kind of like not. That is pretty bad when you put it out like that. So that's why. So now it's changed to Avishkar, which means I closed the tab because I'm stupid. I'm so sorry. No. I don't really care that much about the name change. It doesn't really bother me that much. It's a little weird. I mean, it's weird just because it came out of nowhere, but you know. So the name change was changed to Avishkar from the Hindi word Avishkar, meaning invention. So now Avishkar is just Hindi for invention. Which makes sense, considering the fact it's a very steampunk and metalcraft focused plane. Kaladesh, Avishkar, I'm so sorry. I promise I'm not intentionally saying it wrong. Avishkar was the plane that gave us energy. That great mechanic that totally did not bust standard wide open. No, that's not true. That's not true. That did not happen. That didn't happen. What do you mean energy? What do you mean they had to ban a bulk common called Attune with Aether that just happened to make 2 energy because the energy was too strong? That didn't happen. That's not true. We also got vehicles. We had vehicles in this set. So you can tap your creatures to crew vehicles and have the vehicles attack people. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Vehicles are pretty cool. I liked vehicles. They were nice. They felt very like power creepy because some of them were like 3 mana for an 8/8, but it has a high crew cost, so it's okay. We also had the inventions in this set, which was these super high chase rare cards you can get with unique art and unique frames, as you see with these very brassy, steampunk inspired frames. Very cool. Platinum Angel, my goat. A lot of them too, as you can see. Oh yeah, we had Fabricate, which was a mechanic where a creature would enter with a number of +1/+1 counters on it equal to the fabricate value, or you would make a number of 1/1 servo artifact creature tokens equal to the fabricate value. I think people were like, whatever about fabricate. People didn't really care about that. Energy was very strong. Energy was very strong. And in Modern Horizons, they brought it back, which was a... I'm not gonna lie, I clowned on the idea for a pretty long time. Oh, energy in a Modern Horizons set? Oh, that's cringe. That's cringe, bro. That's gonna be terrible. That's energy in a MH set. Oh, that's cringe. It's all gonna be terrible. And then energy was like the number one. Energy became the number one deck in Modern when they did that. Anyways, how do we feel about Vishkar, chat? A Vishkar cool? A Vishkar cool? I feel like a Vishkar cool. Right? Good plane. Poll is 2 votes goated, 1 vote. Get out! Right below Capenna. I might put it above Capenna, honestly. Well, no. Capenna has all of the, has, like, the old Capenna to explore, apparently. So, there is that. Like, dude, I really hope if we go back to Capenna, we actually get to explore old Capenna, but like, pre-original Phyrexian invasion. That'd be really cool. Why is there a monkey in S tier? That's Monkey Buys Juice. What do you mean, why is there a monkey in S tier? That's Monkey Buys Juice. Capenna has a Mafia cool. Yeah, that's fair. We should go back to Capenna and if the drafts. Where would the tracks go, bro? Where would the track go? You're gonna have people run over civilians? The Mafia would never allow the use of a Mario Kart racetrack on their city. That would never happen. In the old Capenna. Oh, that's true, actually, yeah. That's a really good point. Next up, we have... am I even halfway done yet? I've been live for almost 3 hours. How is that possible? 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18? We're like halfway done. After 3 hours. I'm gonna be here forever. That's fine. Next up, we have Kaldheim. Everyone loves Kaldheim, chat. No. Poll. Thank you. We're good. Okay. Bloomburrow was ages ago? Was it? Didn't we just get that? The card was so focused on how many rat birds that you had. Yeah, that's true. I will say the whole faction thing was spread way too thin in Bloomburrow. You couldn't really build around one faction. Oh, on stream. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, so we have Kaldheim, chat. The Norse plane. We just had God of War Ragnarok, which actually didn't win Game of the Year, if I recall correctly. No, Elden Ring beat Ragnarok Game of the Year. Right. Forgot. Of course. To be honest, I think Ragnarok probably should have won Game of the Year. Elden Ring is good, but I think Ragnarok had an actual better narrative. Call time. Let me close this. Alright, so call time. A Norse plane that actually has 10 different realms, which was totally well communicated. Chat, can anyone in here tell me what the 10 realms are of call time? Can anyone tell me at all what the 10 realms are? I'll be very surprised if you can. Because I feel like nobody knew. No? No? Nobody? Alright, cool. So, we have Isfell, which is white-blue, and is home to the spirits of those who died outside of battle. We had Karfell, which is blue-black, which is the realm of the Viking zombies known as Draugr. We had Immerstern, which is black-red, a hellish landscape that houses demons. We had Notvold, red-green, where the trolls live amidst the mountains. We had Bretagard, green-white, home of the humans. Starnheim, white-black, where Valkyries live alongside fallen warriors. Surtland, blue-red, a land in constant turmoil, inhabited by giants. Skemfar, black-green, the dark forest where the elves live. Axgard, white-red, a rugged, mountainous peak home to the dwarves. And Litjara, a mysterious land of lakes and pines where the shapeshifters roam, which is blue-green. Just say, is it? No. I at this point, I actually want to get away from guilds. I like dead ass. I'm so sick of them at this point. So the lore of this plane is that apparently the current gods, who are called the title of Skoti, actually turned against the old gods of Kaldheim, and which were dubbed the Aenir, and sealed them away in order to rule Kaldheim for themselves. We see this in the card Binding the Old Gods. So this group of just assholes said, hey, we want power. And they challenged the old gods just so that they all could rule the plane for themselves. And it is generally agreed upon that the new gods are way worse than the old ones and are awful. When Phyrexia invaded the plane, all the realms essentially collided, merging into one singular plane. So all those 10 realms I told you about, they're all gone now. It's just one plane now. Merging into the what? Oh, the World Tree, which kept all these realms separate, was burned to prevent Phyrexia from taking it for themselves. Since the end of the invasion, the Skemfar, which is the black-green elves of the plane, have redeclared war against the Skoti. So that'd be Halvar, Alrund, Kolvori, all them, right? Likely due to seemingly close relations with the Aenir. So the elves of this plane actually have, I guess, some sort of like ancient connection with the old gods. And so that's why they hate the current gods so much, because they believe that these new gods essentially imprisoned their ancestors. Or something like that. This plane gave us Foretell. Goated mechanic. Really cool mechanic. Foretell was sick as hell. So, during your turn, you could pay 2 and put a card in your hand face down, exiled. And then you could cast it on a later turn for its Foretell cost. So if you didn't actually want to cast a spell all at once, you could pay some mana now and then pay the rest of the cards mana cost later. Really cool mechanic. We did have a precon based off of mechanic, but that precon sucked because there just wasn't enough Foretell cards. And also, I'm gonna be real, I think the Foretell commander actually like kind of was boring. Like we had this, Why was this thing not the commander of that precon? Whenever Ethereal Valkyrie enters or attacks, draw a card, then exile a card from your hand face down. It becomes Foretold. Its foretell cost is its mana cost reduced by 2. Why was this not the commander for that deck? This would have been way cooler for that deck instead of what was it? Raynar? Was it Raynar? Was that his name? Yeah. Oh, foretell costs less. Whenever you exile a card, I think a spirit. Whatever. He's also 4 mana, which is the most like boring design space in Commander, in my opinion. We had Treasure get brought back. I don't think that's really new though. Every set had Treasure. Giants were a big thing. That was actually really cool. It does kind of suck that Giants can't seem to decide to stick to a certain pair of colors, because we had like white-red Giants in Lorwyn, but we had blue-red Giants in this plane, and on other worlds, Giants tend to get placed in like green-red. So Giants right now are in this like ink treader colors. Like what? The gods on this plane were actually MDFCs. They had 2 spells attached to them, and I guess they also like didn't have any protection of any kind. So I guess the gods here are kind of cringe. They're pretty weak. There's also boasts, which nobody seemed to care about at all. Whenever you attack, you can pay a boast cost to get an effect. Okay. Sure. Whatever. Sagas got brought back too. That was pretty cool. Snow was a big mechanic as well. We got the new snow frames in this set as well, with the cool like powdered snow frames, the powdered snow effect on the cards. That was pretty cool. Dwarves are a thing as well. I believe that was it. Chat is 50-50 on call time being goated or mid. The Norse plane. I mean, I'm always down for more snow support, honestly. I'm always down for more snow support. Snow is cool. I like snow. So I'm tempted to leave it in mid at the lowest, right? I'll leave it in mid. Like there's like a growing there's like a growing confrontation between the elves and the gods of the plane. So if we go back, that could be like a god-elf war, and at that point, from a world building standpoint, it would make more sense to have the elves win, because if you bring back the old gods, you have more to work with on the third return. So I'll say good plane actually, yeah. Because if we go back, you just know there's gonna be like an elf god war. The elves will win, and then the old gods will get brought back, and then we get new cards for, and that like that sets up the third return to call time. That's what will happen. Next up, we have the old Kamigawa, not new. New is there too, but we're gonna cover the old Kamigawa first, because I think old Kamigawa gets a bad rap for no reason. Dead ass. That and pull. Thank you. Foretell or plot? Foretell. Foretell had the precon. I might need to go and get a drink. My throat's starting to hurt. I'm out of coffee. No, I'm not. But I'm about to be. Shit. Wait, no. I'm like 99% sure chat's gonna vote get out on this one, but you know. Which one do you prefer more? You think better mechanic? I prefer Foretell, I think, honestly. I think it's more to work with there. So we have Old Kamigawa. I actually get a drink, so I'll be right back before we continue, chat. Y'all can think about which one to vote for. Old Kamigawa. Do I have a be right back screen? No, I don't. Okay. Give me 1 minute, chat. I gotta go get a drink. My throat's about to die right now. Back. Oh! Oh, feels nice. Alrighty. So, we have Old Kamigawa. Now, I'd be asking, Bounce Man, why are you ranking Old Kamigawa? It's been changed. I'm doing this because I actually think, I believe I saw somewhere that they actually are able to go back to the original Kamigawa if they want to. I'm not sure. I'll recall what the complications of that were, but I remember seeing somewhere that they were actually allowed to do that if they wanted to. So, Kamigawa is a Japanese world that is slowly having its two realms between the spirit and the mortal realm merge together. An interplanar event caused the veil between the spirit and human world to shift, and this allowed Lord Kanda. If you don't know who that is, I'll look him up real quick. This allowed Lord Kanda to take that which was taken. I gotta pull up another card for this, because of course I do. From a spirit realm. So that allowed Lord Kanda to take that which was taken from the spirit realm, which we now know as Kyodai, who appears in Neon Dynasty. So that which was taken was actually the egg that had Kyodai inside of it. This action that Lord Kanda did began the Kami War. And eventually, that ends up summoning Okagachi, who we see in Final Judgment. Sick-ass spirit dragon. Cool as hell. But Michiko, who was... So Michiko had freed Kyodai from the egg, and with Kyodai's power, Michiko and Kyodai actually slayed Okagachi. Who, again, this is... I actually have to pull up so many cards of this. I might have to, like, actually, like, redo this for the video. So Michiko, oh my god, oh my, what the hell? Let me try and tell us again while I actually have all the cards pulled up, because I had to reference like 5 different cards from the set. Okay. Kanda. Terraflor. I know. Yes, this is a weird basement. I'm fully aware. I'm sorry. I can't help it. This was the house we got. Conda. That was just taken. Kyodai. Okay. Let me try this again. Now I actually have all the cards pulled up. So, an interplanar event had... Oh my god, wait, no. Oh, fuck. No, wait. Can I just, like... Terrible Streamer! No, not Kami. It's not its fucking plain name. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you. No! Okay. Rise again. So, Kamigawa is actually a Japanese world that is slowly having its two realms merge, which is the spirit realm and the mortal realm. An interplanar event caused the veil between the spirit and human world to shift. And this allowed Lord Konda to take that which was taken from the spirit realm, which we now know as Kyodai. So, I'm not sure if Konda knew, but that which was taken actually, I guess, was the egg that held Kyodai in it, or something like that. But this action that Konda did had begun the Kami War, where spirits poured forth from breaches in the mortal realm to attack the people. Of course, this was impossible for humans to win, because it turns out you can't kill ghosts. Wow, who would have guessed? And if they actually did manage to slay any of the Kami would just kind of like disperse back to the spirit realm. So everything was just against them during the Kami War. And eventually, this act that Konda did actually summoned Okagachi, which was the greatest of all Kami. Eventually, though, Michiko Konda freed Kyodai from that which was taken, and with their powers combined, slayed Okagachi, thus ending the Kami War. Now, how the hell are you gonna sit here and tell me that's not cool? They slayed, dude, look at this fucking giant snake dragon. He has this, like, mantle of snakes as like, a mane. That's cool as hell. So, what actually happened was Kamigawa was this powered down set that players had gotten after Mirrodin. Keep in mind, Mirrodin was the set that had a bunch of busted artifact synergies. Cranial plating was like the main one. So Mirrodin was this like overpowered artifact set. And then they got Kamigawa, which was this like legend focused set that was generally more powered down compared to Mirrodin. So what actually happened was people hated the plane not because the world was bad or lame or didn't make sense. It was just that the cards were like unplayable in standard, which at the time was the only format that existed. It was also extended, but that was a weird thing. So this was a set that had a big emphasis on spirits. The mechanics of the set were, some were duds, some were actually okay. Channel was introduced in this set where you could discard spells and pay a mana cost for an effect, which acted as, honestly, this is like the closest thing Magic has to hand traps. For those who don't know, in Yu-Gi-Oh, there was a term called a hand trap where cards in your hand have this effect you can do simply by just discarding them. Channel is the closest thing that we have in Magic. We also had Arcane. Arcane was a series of spells that you could like. I gotta find a good Arcane card. Actually, to even do this. Hang on. There's a good spell with this. I know there is. Hang on. Where is it? I know they exist. Splice onto Arcane. Where is it? Bro. Bro. Do I gotta search it up? Fine, I'll search it up. Fine, whatever. Here we go. God. Okay, so Kamigawa had this series of spells called Arcane spells, which was a subtype of instants and sorceries. Now, the benefit to being an Arcane spell was that there was a series of cards that you could splice onto Arcane spells. So what you did is whenever you cast an Arcane spell, you could reveal a card with splice onto Arcane from your hand and pay its splice cost. And if you did, you added that card's effect to your Arcane spell. So by building around Arcane, you could essentially stack your spells without having to actually spend multiple cards from your hand. So you could kind of like do this weird like build your own spells, which I think in theory was actually pretty cool. It was just that all the Arcane spells were, once again, very powered down compared to Mirrodin. The set also had a big emphasis on legends. Reki here, whenever you cast a legend spell, you draw a card, and that's it. Simple and clean. There was offerings, which was like Emerge before Emerge existed. You could play. So for example here, Patron of the Orochi Snake Offering. You could cast a spell anytime you could cast an instant by sacking a snake and paying a difference in mana cost between this and the sacrifice snake. So Kamigawa gave us Emerge before Emerge even existed. The problem was you had to be running snakes. That was the issue. Yeah. Was that it? I feel like that was it, but I don't remember. There's a Myojin with their divinity counters. So the Myojin were this like really weird cycle of like big spirits. Actually, no, they weren't even big spirits. They were these cycles of big mana costs for like decent to okay bodied like indestructible spirits, but you could remove the divinity counter to get these insane effects. And if you ran that which was taken, you could you could give the Myojin more divinity counters. But there was no reason to do that because most of the time, removing divinity counter once was enough to win you the game. So, all right, I guess. All in all, I actually think old Kamigawa is way overhated. If I'm being real. However, chat is rating it as mid to get out. So I guess I'm gonna leave it a mid. What can you do? My glasses. Oh yeah, they are. Oh god. Bro, I'm gonna have like 6 hours of footage to go through. This video is gonna be like 2 hours long. After it's all like edited and whatnot. Do I do a part 2? Or a 2-parter? I could do that. I could do a 2-parter. End the poll real quick. All right. Next up, we have Neon Kamigawa, which is the overhaul Wizards did of Kamigawa to make it more interesting. 1,200 years after the events of original Kamigawa block, 1,200 years after original Kamigawa block, Kamigawa has undergone a industrial revolution, leading to the use of electricity and futuristic technology. When the spirit and mortal realms converge, the merge gates will open, leaving many to wonder what will happen when the merge between the spirit and the mortal realm is finalized. During the Phyrexian invasion, Boseiju was completely destroyed and corrupted by Tamiyo, who of course ended up dying. And during the invasion, Kyodai abandoned her post of guarding the barrier between realms, allowing some Oni to invade the mortal world. I know I just sat here defending original Kamigawa block for a pretty long time, saying it's overhated, but to be honest, it kind of doesn't matter because new Kamigawa is still just better. New Kamigawa is still just better. The design, like the aesthetic is way more interesting. It's not just Japan. It's neon aesthetic gamer PC Japanese playing. It's cyberpunk. It's Japanese cyberpunk. It's still cooler. It's still just cooler. So, do I even need to go through the mechanics? Does anyone care at all? We know what it is. Modified equipment's ores and counters modifications. You got bonus if you have one of the 3. Sagas came back because of course they did. It just made sense to the plane. The Wanderer got her face reveal in this set. That was pretty cool. Yeah, it's just enchantments and enchantment plane. Wow. Do I need to say anything? I don't think I do, to be honest. Channel came back, that's true. The channel came back with modifications. The channel modifications, sagas, vehicles. Yeah. Goated set. What do you want me to say? What is this? Okay. Moving on. we have... Oh, we have Karsus next. Oh, wait. All right. Next up we have Karsus. Karsus is a plane that got invaded during Mark the Machine. It is described as a cavernous plane covered in crystals with refractive properties. We know it is currently inhabited by humans and Viashino, and the crystals also have some sort of sentience, at least, or at least they have the ability to attain one, as we see with Refraction Elemental. And that's kind of all we know about it. Cavernous crystal plane. I should end the poll, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should. I gotta make a poll for Karsus. It's not a filler plant, alright? We could go there and it could be cool. You don't know that. It might be a goated plant, we just don't know it yet. What? Oh no. It's totally no. Wait a minute. Nah, it's filler. So this is our only piece of art we have at Karsus, besides the invasion. Does it even exist after the invasion? I believe so. I'm pretty sure it does. I mean, we see this giant crystal golem fucking these Phyrexians up, so I imagine, yeah, it's kind of fine. So this is Karsus. The crystals have refractive properties. So if we went here, we probably see maybe like a counter war mechanic or like theme, like an emphasis on having every color be able to interact with the stack somehow, which could be interesting. Like maybe there's a way to make crystal tokens that you can pay 3 and stack to redirect targets for things, maybe. I don't know. Something like that. That might be cool. But other than that, that's all I know. What do we think, chat? 1 vote for Get Out? I'm even in mid. I actually think a visit to his plane could actually be really cool. The idea of a refractive plane or even like the land itself is intent on reflecting spells back at you actually could give you a lot to work with. But that's all we know for now. We have 18 planes left. Good God. Next up, we have Kylum, which is the plane of Battle Bond. Kylum is the best way I can describe this is, if you've ever played Kingdom Hearts, you'll know that a staple of the series is the Colosseum of Olympus, where there's no running around, there's no like levels design or rooms or anything. It's literally just Sora fighting a bunch of random enemies back to back to back. So this is the plane that Battle Bond takes place on. but we actually know nothing about the plane beyond the Arena of Valor's Reach itself. So they could expand upon the plane and give us more to work with. Yes, this is the plane Battlebond it takes place on. So the issue with a return to this world is that there's not really much to do, or at least not much that we know of beyond the Arena of Valor's Reach. But I feel like that could easily be remedied by just expanding upon the plane, and also like you could just change the dynamics, I think, of the arena as well. As you all know, Battlebond was a set with a emphasis on two-headed giant. So if you've ever actually played Pokemon, right? All the games have this emphasis on 1v1 battles between between you and your opponent's Pokemon, right? However, the official competitive format of Pokemon is doubles. So it's not 1v1, it's 2v2. Doubles actually gives you way more control over the game. In single, which is 1v1, what happens is if one Pokemon just sets up for long enough, they just win. Because they outspeed and one-shot your whole team of Pokemon. Doubles gives both players more control over the game and flow the match. So that's why doubles in Pokemon is generally considered to be like the way better format, because it's not so easy for just one side to get completely steamrolled by just boosting your stats for long enough. And it turns out that that same logic applies to two-headed giant drafts. Wow, who would have guessed? Because it turns out that the chances of, or rather, it turns out that if one player just pulls a bunch of bomb mythic rares, the weight those mythic rares pulls is way lower because there's not two players, there's four. So the chances of one side getting pub stomped because, oh, my opponent just opened better cards than me is like significantly reduced. I honestly wouldn't be against a future where every draft in every like pre-release is just doubles from now on, because it turns out that doubles is just better, like always, like every time. Kylum, I'm gonna say it's a good plane. I know one thing I've said is that it's like hard to make a new set for, but I don't really care. Oh yeah, we actually review a set too. Easily the coolest thing about this plane is the partner with mechanic. And I don't mean that for Commander. Partner with meant that when you cast a spell with partner with, you always opened the other card that partnered with. So what would happen is if I cast Will Kenrith in a draft, I could have my friend go and tutor up Rowan Kenrith from their deck and put it into their hand. So you had a way to actually give your teammate free cards by casting cards with partner with, which is actually really cool. I think Kylum is a good plane, and Battlebond 2 should exist. Morrow, please let Kevin Verhey make Battlebond 2. I'm begging you. Please. We all want it. We all want it. Yes. We have, next up is Lorwyn and Shadowmoor. Where is it? Here we go. So Lorwyn was a plane that actually kind of got. Lorwyn is a plane that undergoes a transformation once every 300 years, affecting all living things within it, called the Great Aurora. However, the phenomenon that caused the plane to shift between this mirror, like, twisted version just isn't a thing anymore, and the states between the two planes have actually fused together, with the Lorwyn half of this relationship seeming to become the more dominant of the two in terms of characteristics. This was once again a faction-focused plane with 5 creature types taking the stage between fairies, goblins, giants, elementals, and tree folk. I think there was also Kithkin as well, but no one cares about them, so we're not gonna talk about them. We had Champion introduced in this set, where when you played a card with Champion, you would basically exile another creature under that card until the card you played left the battlefield. So you kind of got like this pseudo board protection, as well as also generally Champion cards tending to be more powerful in terms of stats. We actually are returning to Lorwyn soon, but that does not come until 2026 because it got pushed back for Marvel Spider-Man. That is true. Forgot about that. End the poll. We also had Changeling introduced in this set, where cards could just become every creature type by simply having the word changing, or changeling. By simply having the word changeling. You also had Evoke, where you could cast spells for a generally reduced mana cost, but as a result, they would get sacrificed immediately when they enter the battlefield. I don't want 5-mana magic. Honestly, I'm not really that against Universe and Beyond. I'm really not. Like, I don't think it is without negatives, but I think people saying that Universe and Beyond is only bad for Magic is just kind of being like disingenuous, because so many people have gotten into the game through Universe and Beyond, and also like people love to hate on Universe and Beyond until a set comes along that's an IP they actually love, right? Like Final Fantasy. A lot of people love Final Fantasy. So I'm sure there absolutely were people who were like, oh, Universe and Beyond, cringe. But then they announced Final Fantasy and they're like, never mind, I love this, what a great thing. But it's, like I said, I think Universe and Beyond is like fine. I do think they should not push it too hard. Like, please try and stick to IPs that could feasibly work within Magic. Like, I think Doctor Who probably has been the weirdest one so far, for sure. Oh yeah, Prowl. We also had Prowl introduced in this set. Prowl was basically a tribal payoff, or a kindred payoff rather, for basically just playing a creature type. So for example, Earwig Squad here, you could play the card for its Prowl cost, which was less, if you had dealt damage to a player with a Goblin or Rogue this turn. So Prowl was just like, hey, if you're, playing this creature type, you can cast spells for a reduced cost sometimes. And also generally get a bonus of some kind. We also had Tribal introduced in this set, which later got changed to Kindred. Interestingly, I think the original Kindred cards didn't actually care about any specific creature type. What did matter was the fact that these spells actually had creature types as a subtype. So cards like Giant Harbinger could actually go and fetch up Feud Killer's Verdict if you wanted to. That's everything. Honestly, I think Lorwyn's a cool set. I think the factions are all like pretty solid. I don't think anyone's against any of them. I'm gonna say good playing. You want to block though? Would we be against a block for Lorwyn, chat? Would we hate that? I actually don't know. Give me a block. Lorwyn's a cool set. There's a lot to work with. It is a Kindred focused set, so inherently draft. You know them Kindred sets always have a amazing draft experience. You know they do, except for Ixalan because they actually didn't balance the creature types effectively. But that's not a fault on the story virus. That's a fault on game design. So again, I don't understand why they shifted away from the whole thing of like merfolk, vampires, dinosaurs, and pirates. Oh damn! All right, chat. Are y'all ready for a filler speed round? Are y'all ready for a filler speed round? We have Mercadia. We have Mercadia. Mercadia plane-wise is actually defined as just like a shopping mall plane. Like this plane's entire defining feature is the fact that there's just a lot of trade that happens. And that's it. That's all there is. Mercadia is literally just a shopping mall plane. And that's all we know about it. I think there was one set that had it back in the day where like all the people, like I think it was the Weatherlight crashed on the plane of Mercadia, and then there was an entire set dedicated to Urza and friends just going around trying to buy parts for their ship. I need to like let you speak on this matter. I don't think I do. I'll leave it in mid. That's all you get. What makes you think Mercadia is so good? Someone in chat wants me to hear him out. All right, let me see. The best you're getting is probably mid. On every plane, goblins are just silly guys. Okay, I hear you. On Mercadia, they're the ruling race. Oh! Is that true, actually? I actually don't... Wait a minute. Mercadian goblins are much larger and smarter than most goblins throughout the multiverse, and they actually seem to be running the city despite their servile attitudes. Okay, that's actually pretty interesting. Okay, so goblins here are actually, like, in control. You know what? I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Good playing. Good playing. Alright, next up, we have Muruganda. Muruganda is generally considered to be a prehistoric plane, and most cards that feature Muruganda tend to put an emphasis on creatures having no abilities, so vanilla creatures. Unfortunately, we are in the year of 2025 Magic, where creatures having no abilities is bad and unplayable. As a matter of fact, no vanilla creatures get printed anymore. The vanilla creatures as a concept are gone. They have stopped getting made. We are actually visiting this plane as one of the 3 planes for Aether Drift, so we actually are going back there. But as a plane, it's generally described to be this very prehistoric plane with not really much civilization. And interestingly, the mimeoplasm is from here. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see the mimeoplasm enter standard. That'd be sick as fuck. I hope we do. We probably won't, but I hope we do. I'm gonna say good playing. New Phyrexia. It's gone. Get out! Alright, cool. Moving on. Pyrulia. Pyrulia, as a plane, is actually an inverted sphere. So imagine if we actually lived on the inside of Earth, and all the bad stuff was on the outside, not inside the Earth. Like, imagine if you turned Earth inside out and put all of the vegetation and animal life and people on the inside of the planet. That's Pyrulia. It is a plane characterized by its dense forests and gigantic plant life. And it's basically just one giant wildlife sanctuary. And based on previous depictions, it seems the plane might actually lack signs of black and red mana. I'm gonna say it's... I mean, it lasts like it's literally just a giant forest, y'all. It's just a giant forest. I'd rather not. It's very boring. It's very boring. All right. Oh boy. All right, chat. You ready for this one? You ready for this one, chat? Ravnica. Yay! Oh boy. We love Ravnica, right, chat? Ravnica. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this because we've been to Ravnica so many times at this point, and there's like a million mechanics to cover. If I did, I'd be here for an hour just covering what happens in Ravnica. To put it simply, there's 10 different guilds, and each guild is aligned with 2 different colors. at this point, I think there's actually like nothing else worth doing on the plane unless they actually bring back the Nephilim. The Nephilim were these cycle of 4-color creatures that all kind of had these very strange vibes. Like, most of these, you can't even tell what they're supposed to be. And they're all pretty much characterized by their lack of 5 colors, and instead being only 4 colors. I think if they actually bring back the Nephilim and have them play a significant role in the story, Ravnica actually can be a fun set to return to. But I think we saw with Murders at Karlov Manor that at this point, people actually are done with Ravnica. People just are not interested anymore, and matter of fact, I'd say people actively don't even want to go to Ravnica anymore because the guilds have been overdone at this point. People are actually kind of just not interested anymore. I mean, look, if you got a 5th return to Ravnica, would you be happy or upset? I feel like you'd be upset. It's a fan favorite. At this point, I'm not so sure. Like, I feel like at the point now where people would actively prefer to go to other 2-color faction focused sets or planes rather. I'm gonna put it in I'd rather not at this point. I think people are kind of against it. I think if we go back and they actually bring back the Nephilim as a driving force in the story of the set, that might be cool. But besides that possibility, then no, I wouldn't. Next up is Regatha. Regatha is the plane that Chandra actually first planeswalked to when she sparked. It was here that she honed her pyromancy at Carol Keep for years. The plane also apparently has a phenomenon known as purifying fire, which is magical white fire that actually burns cold and is able to probe the soul for sin and able to drain mages and even planeswalkers of all their power, including the ability to planeswalk. The plane, I think, has never ever been depicted outside of red cards. So it's actually totally possible that this plane only has red mana, which makes going to it for a set like nearly impossible. Like I'm not sure there's a single non-red card that depicts Regatha, dude. Hang on. Is there one at all? No? How about Carol Keep? No? If Nicol Bolas knew about that, Planeswalkers would have been cooked. Yeah? I agree. I mean, the issue is that it only takes away your power if you're evil. So if you're a nice person, it does nothing to you. So I think that was why I didn't do it. Overall, Regatha, I think, is a plane that just going to is impossible. Like, it is a plane characterized by fire, which is just red. So, no. Next up is Tarkir. Tarkir was a plane actually. It was in a very primal, unrefined state, but apparently Ugin actually molded the plane into what he wanted it to be. Tarkir currently is a world ruled by dragons, with 5 different factions between them, being the Dromoka, Atarka, Kolagon, Silumgar, and Ojutai brood. Again, each one being defined by 2 color pairings of red-green, blue-black, white-blue, black-red, and green-white. Originally, though, the plane was ruled by the Khans of Tarkir, which was the 3 color factions that Alara didn't use. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm probably just gonna stop at the polls because our audience today is not big enough to actually make use of them. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, chat. However, so Sarkhan had found Ugin's corpse after he was killed by Nicol and after traveling back through time to revive Ugin, by doing that, he essentially caused the Khans of Tarkir, the 3 color factions, to be completely erased, which is what caused the plane to now be ruled by the Dragon Brood. We actually are going back to Tarkir fairly soon. With Tarkir Dragonstorm. So, I mean, Dragon players will be happy, I guess. I'm not gonna lie, I actually think the Khans were more interesting. And also, dragons as a creature type have gotten so pushed in the last few years that at this point, I'm actually starting to get somewhat bored of them, which is probably insane to say because dragons are such a staple in fantasy. But I don't know. I actually think that the Khans were way more interesting, at least in terms of like values they upheld. The 5 dragon factions have what? The fact that they're dragons? Oh, I missed Chandelar. Hang on. Next up is the Plane of Chandelar, which is a very generic fantasy plane similar to Dominaria. It's often used as a generic setting for cards in like core sets, or I guess Foundations now is the core set 2.0. The Onaki were ogres who were the creators of the Chain Veil, which is Liliana's whole thing at this point, is just the Chain Veil's existence. They exist on this plane as spiritual remnants. When the Phyrexian invasion happened, somehow the Chain Veil's magic was able to seep across multiple planes to the Onaki catacombs. And somehow they managed to just like come back by the opening of the planes. I don't know if this is like temporary or if they actually like came back as like permanent residents in the story or what. But I don't know. There is the Chandelar game, which is super old, and I don't understand why Wizards hasn't tried to like make a new modern day version of Chandelar, but they haven't. Wizards, please do that. It'd be so cool. I'd love that. I'm gonna have to say, where am I? Ah. I'm going to have to say Chandelar is probably a I'd rather not tier plane because it's honestly very similar to just Dominaria in terms of theme. There's not as much lore to the game, but there's not as much lore. There's not as much lore to the plane as Dominaria. So I guess if for some reason you think lore matters, then there's that. Fun fact: Talrand actually canonically is from Chandelar, so there's that. Next up is the ER. And by the ER, I mean Theros. Oh wait, no. Wait, let's do that, whatever. Oh, wait. Oh my god. What? There we go. What? No, wait, what? What is happening right now? There we go. Oh my god. Hang on, chat. This is important, I swear. I'm sorry. I know. I'm not good at streaming. I suck. I'm sorry. Okay. So. Oh my god. Fuck. Oh, my eye. So, funny story, chat. My eyes do this thing where it's like randomly they'll decide to like burn up for no reason. I don't know why. It's not very often, but it happens. Okay. Theros is a plane that got absolutely fucked up by the invasion. Is a plane inspired by Greek mythology, with a pantheon of gods who thrive within the space of Nyx, which takes an appearance very similar to space and like cosmos themselves. The gods' powers on this plane are actually dependent on the faith of the people. So, if all of Theros' people somehow manage to forget about a god's existence, that god will also cease to exist. During the invasion, many worshippers were completed, which actually turned many of the gods into Phyrexians themselves, which actually turned many of the gods into Phyrexians themselves, which, because again, the gods' powers are dependent on the people who worship them. It is implied that all of the monocolored gods, along with Keranos at least, were completed, with Athreos being speculated to have survived, and Ephara being confirmed to have survived through her card in March of the Machine. Again, a lot of sets for this plane, so I'm not gonna go too deep into it. But the set's general big thing is enchantments and devotion. Devotion is basically Chroma from Lorwyn plus, or I guess it's actually it's not even plus. It's just Chroma renamed. So your devotion is equal to a number of mana symbols in permanents you control. So you have cards that basically scale with how big your board state is. Devotion generally is a pretty low mechanic. It's probably like top 10, honestly. There's a big theme of enchantments on a plane. Like, I think a Constellation is the one where it's like, whenever you cast an enchantment or an enchantment enters, you get to do the thing. That sort of stuff. Oh, we had Escape in Return to Theros, where you can cast spells from your graveyard for their escape cost and by exiling cards as well from your graveyard. Escape, I think, was a generally pretty... Oh, God. I think Escape generally was a pretty well-liked mechanic. It was just that Uro was the main issue there. Because Uro was a very fair and balanced Magic card. Honestly, I think Theros actually has a lot to work with now, considering the fact that most of the gods just, like, died. Because what happened was the gods got completed due to Phyrexian worship, but then all the Phyrexians just died because of the oil becoming inert. So I imagine all the gods that got completed were, like, they probably ceased to exist, I believe is what happened, because all the Phyrexians who worshipped them just died. So Theros is in a state of, like, total religious turmoil right now, because half the gods are, like, gone forever. Good plane. I would not be against a third visit. Moving on here. We have, oh boy, Cowboy set. Thunder Junction. We have Thunder Junction, our Cowboy set. Thunder Junction is an uninhabited plane prior to the Omen Pass, which ended up adopting a Wild West style. Many villainous parties came to the plane post Omen Pass to chase a life of crime due to the absence of law in the plane. The Omen Pass opening actually awoke a sort of primal magic the plane just inherently had, which appears as blue lightning and has been dubbed Thunder, hence the name Thunder Junction. And Thunder has been put to use in various tools and weapons, such as trains and pistols, stuff like that. The plane also has evidence of previous inhabitants through the Fomori Vault, which contains the worst thing to ever happen in the history of Magic, loot. Also, the plane is Cactus Folk. Thunder Junction. I think the theming is nice, but unfortunately, Thunder Junction was what started the whole meme of funny hats. Like, they just put all these people from previous worlds on a single plane and then gave them cowboy hats. What? Alright. Yeah, okay. Like, the set felt very, like, Smash Bros. Because it was just a bunch of legends from previous planes all kind of mishmashed together into a single world. So it was cool in that regard. As for mechanics, there was a big emphasis on legends once again. Because, of course, if you put a bunch of legends from previous worlds onto a same singular plane, there's going to be an emphasis on legends. We had Saddle, which was basically just mount for creatures. Or not mount. What am I talking about? We had Saddle, which was basically just crew, but for creatures. So you could tap creatures to get a bonus when your saddle creature attacked. It's alright. Deserts, once again, got a big emphasis on this plan as well. Same as Amonkhet. We see it in cards like Colossal Rattleworm, which was rampant growth from your graveyard. For deserts. Okay. Because green needed that, I guess. And finally, we had Plot. So you could pay a mana cost and exile a card face up from your hand, and by doing that, you can actually cast it on a later turn for completely free. You could plot only as a sorcery. So Plot was kind of a new take on Foretell. Personally, I think Foretell is a more interesting design space because Plot just kind of says, oh, it's free, which kind of just plays into the whole, like, you know, cascade, discovered, yada yada mechanic. We also had Committing Crimes, which was a controlled player's wet dream. Because whenever you target anything your opponents control or their graveyards, you get bonus effects. So all those blue-white control players just... it's everywhere! Blue-white players just had a time of their life on Junction. I think the... Again, there's still, like, a lot of potential forgotten lore the plane seems to offer through the existence of these ancient Fomori-looking, like, structures through, like, the Fomori Vault and whatnot. So there is a potential history here that we're not being shown, but I think there actually is a lot to do world building wise. Plus, when we go back to Thunder Junction, in theory, it should have actually adapted and changed a lot. Because when we actually got to Thunder Junction for the first time, people were just settling down on this world. So I want to say good plane because it has a lot of potential, I think, in terms of design. Next up is Tolvada. Next up is Tolvada. Tolvada is actually the home world of Kaya, the infamous black-white spirit ghost assassin person. For years, the sky of Tolvada has been covered with its own weird version of Aurora Borealis, with a twisted and jagged-like appearance, and it has been dubbed the Broken Sky. The plane apparently has a certain important figure referred to as the Goddess, which Kaya seemed to answer to some degree before she became a planeswalker. The Broken Sky apparently seems to have some sort of extreme effect to the inhabitants of the plane. Kaya once claimed that the Broken Sky literally drove her people insane, and it apparently got worse as time went on. So the effects kept compounding on themselves as time went on. Furthermore, when Phyrexia invaded the world of Tolvada, spirits actually poured through the Broken Sky to defend the plane from Phyrexia, implying that this phenomenon has some sort of significance with death. Tolvada is one of those planes that we don't really know much about beyond the invasion card. It has a Rabia scale rating of 10, but Morrow last said that during 2020, which I believe was likely before any of the Phyrexian invasion stuff was planned out to feature Tolvada. So I believe the potential for a Tolvada set is there, but it would have to have some serious post-apocalyptic themes, which honestly I'm all for. I'd be totally for that. However, there's not much to work with in terms of world building, so I'm gonna say mid. Next up is the plane of Olgrotha. Olgrotha is actually a plane ruled by the Sengir, which actually is like really relevant because Sengir is actually like a really relevant bloodline in MTG lore. Black mana is apparently extremely dominant on this plane, and the world is described to be without rivers or oceans, which also implies a complete and total lack of blue mana. Olgrotha is depicted as a dead zone, with the land having something honestly not too different from the Shadow Curse in Baldur's Gate 3, if you all saw that, where the land is just corrupted by shadow and nothing can live there. It apparently also has a planar portal beneath Castle Sengir, but nobody actually knows where it goes. So once again, we have a plane here which seems to be pretty post-apocalyptic in themes, which could be cool to work with. It's a plane ruled by vampires, so vampire players would love to go here. However, the lack of rivers and oceans in lore kind of makes me think that going here is pretty much impossible, because if you canonically have no bodies of water to work with for islands in your MTG set, like that means you can't make island cards. So yeah, that's an issue. I'm gonna say mid. It is a post-apocalyptic world with nothing to do in it besides look at vampires. And also maybe explore the planar portal beneath the castle, but if we were to use the planar portal, we would no longer be on the plane of Olgrotha. So, what the hell is the point? Next up, we have Vryn. As I'm sure you all know by now, Vryn is actually Jace's homeworld, is a plane defined by its gigantic rings of unknown origin used to channel the ley lines of the plane's mana into a network. Prior to the invasion, there was actually a big conflict between the government and resistance forces, which left the plane in a constant state of tension, with war threatening to break out at literally any moment. But this actually was an advantage for Vryn when Phyrexia invaded, because both sides were already prepared to fight a war. So Phyrexia came and actually did not have the element of surprise, because both the resistance and the government already had an army and military forces at the ready should battle break out. So Phyrexia just got completely destroyed when they invaded Vryn. We actually apparently were supposed to go to Vryn in the past. A Vryn set was already planned not once, but twice. But they were both changed ultimately to Capenna and Neo Kamigawa. So we actually should have been here twice by now, but we've still only been here 0 times. Vryn was also depicted in Origins as Jace's home plane. So there's actually already a fully functioning world here. I'm a little afraid that it might be a little too similar to Fiora because there's constant like tension. But regardless, I still think it's a very interesting plane that honestly we there's a lot to, I think, work with. I'm gonna say good plane. Next up is the plane of Xerix. I want... No, that's not right. Xerix is a plane featuring large, seemingly impossible passages with much of its geometry seeming impossible to exist, with kaleidoscopic and reality warping effects being a very common sight on the plane. When Phyrexia invaded the plane, their attack plan basically immediately just failed because they literally could not comprehend the plane or even fight in the plane for that matter. Now, Morrow has said that making a set for this plane is actually really hard because the idea of having to build a plane around impossible geometry is really hard, but in my opinion, we actually already did this with Duskmourn. Duskmourn is a plane that is literally constantly shifting in terms of geometry, and yet apparently, like, I would argue that Duskmourn kind of already is Xerix in a way, but it's just more horror oriented. Like, I honestly think going to Xerix totally could happen, if I'm being completely honest here. Like, the idea of impossible geometry, I don't really think is that big of a deal, considering Duskmourn being so weird already in terms of, like, geometry and settings and locations. Like if you can make a set for Duskmourn, I feel like you can totally make a set for Xerix. I'm gonna say good plane, because from what we've seen, the art of Xerix is actually really cool. I think Stairs to Infinity is actually a really good piece of art. Like this is gorgeous, dude. I like this. This is very pretty. Next up, we have Zendikar, a plane that I'm sure no one has ever heard of in their entire lives. A 1,000 cards, good god. So, when we first went to Zendikar, it was a plane that kind of was meant to capture that D&D vibe. There was a big emphasis on exploration and dungeon crawling. So much so that we even got a mechanic based around crawling through dungeons and through traps. I can find a trap card here. Here we go. So traps were these spells that became borderline free if your opponent met certain conditions, which I think was actually really cool. The idea of your opponent triggering a trap by doing something too much, I think was actually a flavor win, considering the fact that it was a plane inspired off of dungeon crawling. And interestingly, they actually didn't bring back traps for Lost Caverns of Ixalan. I'm not sure why, because that seemed like the perfect place to bring them back, but whatever, I guess. The plane also seemed to be very rich in mana, and there was this secret lore going around about this forgotten species called the Eldrazi. The Eldrazi were depicted as these, like, very strange alien creatures that we weren't really given a whole lot of context of. But eventually they actually were released in Rise of the Eldrazi. And it was revealed that the Eldrazi were actually these, like, world-destroying monsters that, if they wanted to, could totally just destroy the entire multiverse. These things had the ability to drain mana from the land itself and basically reduce everything to wastes. Eldrazi are a fan favorite now. Everyone knows them. They're one of like the most loved things about Magic, and honestly, the Eldrazi actually are one of the very few completely original concepts that you can only find within Magic. So that alone, I think, actually does give Zendikar as a plane a lot of credit. The Eldrazi are I don't think ruled is the right term, but tend to appear with 3 titans known as Emrakul, Khazad, and Ulamog. Khazad and Ulamog are dead, with Emrakul being imprisoned in the moon on Innistrad. So, the Eldrazi are seemingly without leaders right now, but there's also been said in lore that the Titans, from Ugin's point of view, are simply the hands that you see reaching through the water if you're in a pond. So the Titans are only a small piece of what the Eldrazi truly represent. So there is still a lot more to do with the Eldrazi. We actually did return to LZ2. Oh wait, no. Wait, what? Oh, no. Wait. Oh, wait. No. Zendikar Rising. Yes, I want that. We actually did return to Zendikar with Zendikar Rising, but it turns out that if you take the Eldrazi away from Zendikar, no one cares about it. So that's an issue. All in all, I think Zendikar still has potential to make the Eldrazi involved through what Ugin has said about how the Zendikar are only like a small piece. The Eldrazi are like a small piece of what we actually know about them as a species. So I still think there's a lot to work with, but we'll just have to see what happens. I'm going to say good playing. And finally, we have the Plane of Zhalfir. So, Zhalfir was actually a plane that was very dear to Teferi, and he actually had phased the plane of Zhalfir out thousands of years ago to protect it from Yawgmoth during the Urza era of Magic. In the decades and centuries that Zhalfir has been phased out of existence, only 10 years have passed. So Zhalfir actually came back through the multiverse during the March of the Machine invasion, and all the people of Zhalfir were already prepared to go to war, not with current era Phyrexia, but Yawgmoth era Phyrexia. So Zhalfir fought a Phyrexia that they weren't really aware of or prepared for, but regardless, they still had a military force ready and waiting to just go to war with a machine-oriented force of evil or something. Zhalfir is a monarch-ruled kingdom with coastal elements. It has actually now swapped places with Phyrexia in the multiverse, and has actually adopted the 5 sons of Mirrodin. So now Zhalfir is kind of like this half Mirrodin plane as well. I know the 5 sons of Mirrodin were actually one of the very loved things about the plane, so I know people will probably be happy to hear that the sons are still there. Apparently Teferi actually was a part of Zhalfir's court as a important role in the societal system the plane had. And before departing Zhalfir's court as position of council, he created 5 creeds for each color of magic, which the people of Zhalfir now abide by. And also, the Mirran Resistance has been accepted as refugee citizens on the planet Zhalfir. That's the plane swap. So now Zhalfir and Mirrodin, old Mirrodin, have kind of like fused into one plane. So now it's kind of like Zhalfir and Mirrodin in one set, which I actually think gives you a lot of stuff to work with in terms of making a set. I don't think we've actually ever even had a set on even just Zhalfir by itself. So I wouldn't be against a Zhalfir set. I'm gonna say good playing. And with that, folks, we have concluded our plane tier list. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of thought more people would tune in for this. I figured I kind of like scheduled it and hyped it up, but it's fine. But yeah, pretty cool. How's that rank? How's the ranking looking, chat? How's the ranking looking? Yay, nay? Anything you would change, chat? Yeah, that looks pretty good to me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you all so much for tuning in. If you want to support me, you can become a member of the channel. For $5 a month, you can become a member of a channel and get access to exclusive emotes such as Loot Cheems. And you will also get access to our Discord server, where you all can hang out and have your exclusive little space just for y'all. I'm not gonna lie, I might actually turn the pricing down to like $4 at some point, if YouTube will let me. I set it at $5 because I figured that was like a pretty generic starting point, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Yeah, if y'all want to support me, go ahead and become a member. $5 a month to get exclusive perks and a member exclusive Discord, which can be found in the link below. You can join it, but you won't be able to do anything unless you're a member. OBS is starting to squeak on me, so I'm going to end the stream here while I still can. I love y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in, and I will see you all next time.